Okay, now it finally.
Oh, it went through?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell everyone on the stream what your debit card number is?
Because that would be retarded. As is, it's already bad enough that, like, ever since Twitch was hacked, like, I've been getting, like, scammy shit in my email.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, somebody tried to use my email address to do a fraudulent claim on cell phone insurance, but all they had was my email address. Like, they couldn't even get into the email itself to, like, make it happen or anything. So it's, like, probably they just fed my email address into like, a bot that sets this shit up. And now, like, I get, like, just this morning, some random girl added me to her circles on Google. And I have no idea how they even did that because my shit is, like, completely wiped out for privacy.
Yeah, I think I'm like your only friend on Google. Maybe.
Yeah, and like, that's done intentionally.
I love that they try to hide the fact through most of this game that that's Alucard.
Hold on, I'm not even in the stream yet, technically.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There's that. What is it? There is actually, the European Speedster Assembly. They're doing their charity stream really soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, theirs is June 28th through July 5th. So pretty much the last week of the month.
Huh, I might actually be taking that week off.
That reminds me, if we do go to the Adirondacks, I get out late on Thursday.
We would be going on Friday, probably like Friday morning.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then. Yeah, because I have this fucking stupid research for that stupid ninja shit, and
I really wish it was ninja shit.
it's based on martial arts, but they, like, take out all the actual
Fun stuff.
I was gonna say useful. It's completely worthless. Like, it's stupid. Like, you can't do anything with like, it's worthless, and I have to do it every fucking year. But they originally had me doing it at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock at night during my work week, and it's like, okay, those are the exact hours I'm asleep. Like, you're essentially planning on me going home and turning myself off like a switch, getting like 3-4 hours of sleep, and then driving back to work.
Yeah.
And doing that bullshit, fucking sitting through that trashy training, and then fucking doing a 10-hour overnight. So it was like, I'd basically be working like almost fucking 16 to 18 hours in a stint with no sleep. And I was like, yeah, no, fuck you, I'm not doing that. Like, I have no idea why you even thought to put me on the schedule for that. So I wound up getting, like, they put me in a morning session, but it's July 2nd. So, like, I leave work from my overnight shift and then go into that training, and it lasts till 1 o'clock in the fucking afternoon. And, like, that one is always, like, most trainings you get out early, but fucking New York State makes you do all the fucking moves every fucking time now, and it sucks because, like, you have to wait in a line and demonstrate it, and there's like 30 some people in the class, so it takes fucking forever, and there's like 35 different techniques, and half of them are fucking, like, first off, I don't even use this shit at all. Like, I don't have anybody that, like, needs this shit. But then on top of that, like, there's stupid shit like how to get out of a hair pull. My hair isn't even an inch long. Like, nobody's gonna pull my fucking hair. Why do I have to learn how to get out of it? I specifically cut my hair for that fucking reason.
You've cut your hair before that.
Yeah, I have, but the reason I always use that haircut is because I've worked with people that legit did pull hair.
You've done that since high school.
No, in high school I had crazy long hair.
When I met you, you had short hair.
Yeah, that was because my dad used to give us military crew cuts all the time, and then I grew my hair out in high school.
Because you were a rebel!
I like to headbang. Because headbanging with short hair is kind of pointless.
So I watched a speedrun of almost all of these games.
Oh, fucking Twitch. Because I have to refresh the page for muting the audio.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I don't know what it is that they use to, like, run this stream, but...
It's like since Amazon bought them.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's been really finicky. That's also when they came out with all the bullshit. Well, you know, the guy who runs Amazon now is, like... He's definitely, like, he's one of them fucking... I don't want to say an SJW. He definitely is similar. He's one of them rich philanthropist type assholes.
He always has been.
But I mean, it's kind of weird because, like, he's got all this stuff that's being kind of, like, thrown down the pipe for Twitch to adhere to. But then, like, you know, like, they sell, like, every form of dildo on Earth on fucking Amazon itself. So, like, what are we shoving the morals in on the video game front for?
Well, not only that, but it's like, if you're a visual novel, no nudity for you, but if you're fucking, like...
Yeah, the hypocrisy, like, Witcher or Grand Theft Auto can do it just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking stupid. There's really no place to stream that lewd kind of stuff, though.
That sucks. Because they definitely would want to, like, stream visual novels.
Yeah, I've never... And this is what, Game Boy Advance?
Yeah. Are you talking to someone in the chat? Or you just
No. I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah, no, this is Game Boy Advance. I'm actually playing the DS one right now.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused, because you've been talking about the DS ones, and I was like, well, how are you streaming?
Yeah, I've actually... It's supposedly not super expensive to get just a regular DS capture kit. It's when you get the 3DS capture kit that shit kind of gets ridiculous. But, you know, how about I not get a specialized console when we don't have regular viewers that instantly hop on?
Yeah. No, there's definitely not. Let's not get crazy about it. If you had all the money in the world to throw away or something, sure, but...
The YouTube channel's been actually more successful than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I think a lot of the problem, which, you know, you'll even hear, like, a lot of runners and shit often complain about how League of Legends and what the fuck, the other one there that's really big.
Dota.
How those two games just dominate this, and nobody knows why. Like, they're not really that fun to watch.
They're sport.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, is football that fun to watch?
It can be. It's not so much anymore. I've sort of fallen out of love with football in the last year or so.
Well, no, I mean, like, if you know what's going on with football, like, and you know, like, what the rule set is, like, you know, the integral changes that have happened for that season, it's super interesting. And the same thing's kind of true for Dota and League.
Meh.
Is StarCraft that fun to watch?
Personally, I don't care for it, but people go nuts for it.
Well, no, that's what I mean, though. Like,
I remember me and John watched whatever the fuck it was, the big one that Blizzard, the big tournament that Blizzard does, and the announcers were so corny.
do they scream goal?
It's like that level of enthusiasm, but applied to nothing. Like, you almost think the guy's joking around, but then after like 10, 15 minutes, you realize he's super serious. And you're like, oh, this is stupid.
You know, Stark, it's not nothing. It's a real skill.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just seems like it's... I don't know how to explain it. It's like it just seems very artificial.
Oh, like, it feels forced?
Yeah. That's... Like, it just feels super, super forced. Like, they're trying to make it...
Way more exciting than it is at all.
Yeah, that was... Like, that's the entire vibe you get out of it. Like, they're really, really trying to push it hard as, like, this super serious kind of thing, and make it seem like...
Yeah, there's lots of skill involved in that level of play, and...
Yeah, there is, and that's fine, but, like...
And I understand the tournament scene, but, like...
Okay, compare that to, like, how... Like, there's that... it reminds me of, like, the level of... like, when you're watching the Video Game Awards on Spike, where you've got, like, the fake celebrities coming out talking about, like, pretending they know about video games, and, like, the only thing they've got is a couple really bad ham-fisted fucking pre-scripted jokes about, like, Pac-Man or some bullshit that are, like, super outdated.
And it cuts to and you hear audience laughter, and it cuts to no one laughing.
Yeah, like, everybody's just kind of staring blankly and being like, should we laugh? It is Samuel L. Jackson, after all.
He did say snakes on this motherfucking award show.
Like...
I remember that movie didn't do very well.
We're look at, you know, how most streamers do their thing, you know, and when they're being serious and explaining the level of skill involved in something, you know, they're just laying it out. They're not, like, trying to pretend that, like, it's the fucking World Cup or some shit.
Well, that's the thing, is it's like...
They're just laying it down and telling you what's going on. Like, there's no...
Well...
Nobody's screaming at the top of their lungs about... Or something stupid, you know, it's not corny and forced, like... I don't know. The way Blizzard did it is, like, you can tell Blizzard really, really wants to push this thing into, like, it feels like they're trying to force it to have a mainstream acceptance that's never going to happen.
Well, it was like on ESPN 2?
Or if it does, that'll be what kills it. Like, pretty much what's happened to video games now is, like, the more popular and mainstream it's gotten, the worse it's been for the entire medium.
Yep.
Like, it was all fun and games when the industry became a multi-billion-dollar thing and blew up like crazy, but...
Because then everything was coming out.
16, yeah, but then, like, 8 Call of Duties later and fucking endless consumer rape and fucking the whole mess of, like, people trying to cram politics and, like, fucking government think tanks trying to see what they can do with shit. Like, there's just so much stuff that fucked up video games because they're getting super popular. Every game's got to sell 1 billion copies or else, or it's a failure. Fucking.
Yeah, a perfect example was that there was a UFC game that came out. And it was...
All of them are fucking terrible.
Well, it was supposed to sell 5 million copies to break even.
And UFC is still, like, it's popular, but it's niche. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't have the fandom that you find in, like, baseball or football or basketball.
Well, and it's like...
But they wanted those numbers out of the sales of the game.
Well, and it has to break... Well, and a Madden doesn't sell 5 million anymore.
Yeah. People are getting pretty tired of Madden.
Like, the fan base just isn't there. Like, even... This was, like, 360 days that this happened, and it was, like... I think, like...
Well, yeah, like, even almost all of my friends that were religious Madden fans started falling out of love with it pretty badly. Like, they all came to the conclusion that, like...
It's the same game, dog.
It's been rehashed so badly that, like, you can actually just, like, give it a few years and like, just wait for a major change.
Yeah.
And I think that's hurt it. But then, like, the games got really, really fucking glitchy.
Well, my favorite memo that leaked is still fucking the internal Activision memo that it wasn't even a memo. It was like this email that someone sent to, like, his boss that was like a letter of concern that was literally, look, you know, we are burying, like, we buried Guitar Hero, we buried, you know, it was like, we buried Guitar Hero, we buried, Tony Hawk, and, like, listed a couple other, like, titles that they had with these annual releases. Aren't you worried that the same thing's gonna happen with Call of Duty? And, like, he was just to his boss. He just sent it to his boss, and literally somehow the CEO got copied on it. Because it just, like, started making the rounds, because everyone was like, you know, this guy's right. Like, we are just releasing annual updates to Call of Duty. People, like, we did this with all these other titles, and it was just consumer fatigue. We should take a look at this. And the CEO weighed in and literally said, no, because those were different titles, this is Call of Duty. And that was Activision's official stance.
Well, that and the people that made the decent ones.
Oh, you mean firing them and screwing them out of their bonus?
Yeah, and then replacing them with a subpar dev team.
Yeah.
And the corniest fucking writers in all of...
Ever.
Like, don't get me wrong, Call of Duty was always a little over the top, but it got really bad in recent years. Like, the last one was... The last one, Advanced Warfare, was pretty much the Matrix with M4s.
Black Ops 2 was when they started actually
Black Ops 2 is fucking insanely, like, laughably... I've never laughed so hard playing a video game.
That's when they actually started getting diminishing returns on... and, like, you know, surprising that it took that long, but that was when they started getting diminishing returns on people buying it. Finally. But I mean, how long ago was that?
I want to say about 2-3 years ago. Because what? There was, I want to say Black Ops 2 and then Ghosts. Or maybe Ghost was before Black Ops 2.
No, it was after.
And then there's the new one, Advanced Warfare. And then, actually, they should start hyping up the new one pretty soon.
Well, it's E3, so they will.
So, whatever the new one is. Have you heard the new shitstorm? The indie cabal is pretty freaked out about Steam refunds.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because most of them pumped out really shitty games with no content that are like less than 2 hours. And they're worried. They're like, oh, well, that's not fair because our game isn't that long. And it's like, well, here's the thing. If you make a game that can be finished in under 2 hours, if it's not shit, nobody's going to ask for a refund.
I know that you kind of...
But if your game sucks, somebody's going to ask for a refund. So it's not really an issue of the length of your game. It's, does your game suck?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it all comes down to, is like, people aren't going to just ask for a refund if they like the game. Like, there's definitely been plenty of games that you can beat in under... in
and
under
it's
2
Steam.
hours.
If people, like, abuse it, they'll fucking, like, ban your account or disable you from asking for a refund.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if somebody's going to do that in order to just play a game for free, they're just going to pirate your fucking game. They're not going to go through the effort of fucking going on Steam, getting a credit card, fucking buying the fucking game, playing it as fast as possible, and then fucking returning it. Like, nobody's going to do that.
And, like, I know that
But if your game sucks, somebody has the option to return it.
And I know you hate the Stanley Parable, and that game is, you can be beaten really quickly, but I actually kind of like that game.
Yeah, I can never...
No, the guy's a complete asshat that made it, but I knew that going in. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard that from interviews. Like, I think even Giant Bomb, when Patrick Klepek was there, like the most SJW-friendly place in the world, was even like, yeah, he won't be appearing on the show.
Yeah, I can't fathom giving that guy money. I don't care if the game's good. It's funny because I watching that game loading, I actually was talked into and out of that game.
Yeah, which is kind of funny.
It's like, oh, this does look kind of neat. Oh, this guy is a total fucking asshole. Fuck him. I don't care if his game's good.
Also, how did that one guy get crowdfunding to make a screensaver?
Dude, the crowdfunding thing is really...
That's all that is, right? Like, I'm not simplifying that.
The one where you hum...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as the screen. It's like, it's actually a less trippy version of... Remember the iTunes screensaver back in like the mid-2000s?
I was going to say the Windows Media Player screensaver.
Nah, that one sucks compared to... His looks more like the Windows Media Player. The Apple one was pretty good. Like, I know a lot of people that used to...
Just
like,
do a whole bunch of drugs and...
yeah, get lit and fucking stare at the Apple screensaver. But yeah, his is like a mediocre version of that, and you hum into it to make it do, like, it's more of a software toy versus, I have issues calling it a game. It's just software.
That's not a game. I'll call it art because the definition of art is anything that elicits an emotional response from you. And it made me angry, so therefore it's art.
Yeah, it made me think about how shitty it is, so...
Yeah, it made you upset in some way, so therefore it's art, Stark.
But,
Is it good art? No.
But it's like crowdfunding. Well, first off, you have to remember, just about the second you're in that little San Francisco clique of things, like...
You've
You can
instantly succeeded.
you can get anything fucking crowdfunded. There are people who literally they don't even crowdfund it. There are how many people are on Patreon that don't even actually do anything, like, but they make like 5-6 grand a month.
I don't think they make that anymore.
There's quite a few of them that still make a pretty decent amount of money. Um, I know Zoe Quinn still cranks out almost 4 grand a month. Brianna Wu didn't even finish her game, like, or she finished it, but never finished the PC version. Um, but she gets like a fuck ton of money to make games, but she's still working on the same one that was already crowdfunded years ago. Um, Zoe Quinn made a non-game and did a lot of pissing and moaning on the internet and basically baiting for harassment, and somehow that's worth 5 grand a month. I think that was like her peak at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. I know she makes somewhere around.
I don't know if they do anymore. I know that they used to. Is my
They're still doing all right. What is it? The fuck. He used to be on The Escapist. Jim Sterling. He makes a lot of money on Patreon. He's close to about 5 grand on Patreon.
I hate Jim Sterling.
Yeah, I know. He has a rabid fan base for whatever reason. He's like Adam Sessler. He's one of those anomalies where he's like a super obnoxious personality in video gaming, but he has a rabid fan base. There are still people to this day that are like in shock that Jim Sterling said something douchebaggy about Gamergate, and it's like Jim Sterling has always had shitty opinions on everything, and he flip flops constantly. Like
Constantly.
he just goes with the flow on any given subject. Like, how can you even take a guy like that seriously? And Adam Sessler is the same way. Like, Adam Sessler's claim to fame is like his writers gave him a bunch of scripts where he made fun of, where he hated everything, and that made him
Adam Sessler.
Yeah. And now he's known for looking really strung out during a fucking convention and getting ass man on Twitter with everyone else. Twitter, I think, is the worst thing to ever happen to, like, America. Like, not just video games, not just... Like, Twitter is the source of so much terrible shit. People say the dumbest fucking things, and everybody takes it so fucking seriously. Like, Twitter is the worst thing to happen to... not even America, the human race. I guarantee if you got rid of Twitter, like 50% of social justice is dead right then and there. Like, I can't even watch the news without hearing about some really fucking stupid hashtag for something.
Remember to tweet at us!
And it's like, no, get fucked. Fuck you. Fuck you and your Twitter. Weird, you don't see any of these kind of games really anymore.
Yeah, because they fired him.
And it's not like they would have costed a fortune to make, you know? Well, now you see that like, some of the creators of Symphony of the Night are, like, trying to get a game crowdfunded.
It already happened. It happened in 6 hours.
I'm super weary of that stuff, though. Especially, video games always go bogus.
Z and Zem?
That wasn't even crowdfunded.
It wasn't?
No, you're thinking of Mighty Number 9. Granted, the same people behind Mighty Number 9 are involved with Mighty Gun Vault, but...
So, wait, they were just gonna... wasn't like Mighty Number 9...
Mighty Number 9 isn't out yet, but it, like, people, like, have access to the beta of it, and from what I'm gathering, it's very not...
Wonderful.
Impressive. Yeah, like, even the people that were hyped for it are like, this kind of sucks.
That's not great.
Yeah, so like I tend to be
Weary of that.
yeah, well that and I've had some like I'm just not really big on crowdfunding in general.
Well, you've crowdfunded two things and gotten.
Yeah, I've done Indiegogo and I've done I did an Indiegogo and I did a Kickstarter.
The Indiegogo, you got fucked on. Like,
Yeah, Indiegogo I did
the
the
glove.
Power Glove oven mitt, which was one size fits all if we're talking about a female child under the age of 12.
Yeah, my
Then,
wife's hand
then
doesn't.
any female child under the age of 12 can probably get your hand in there. I
What
actually
did?
thought I was going to have to cut John out of it.
What was their response to that?
Nothing. Like but like once people started receiving their gloves, they were like, "Hey, this doesn't really fit," and there was just no.
They just didn't care anymore.
Yeah. There was just like that was it. You already got your thing. Yeah.
We don't have to talk to you anymore.
Yeah. That was exactly how that went. Um, the Kickstarter I did was for the Barbarossa card game.
Which is still yet to come out.
Yeah, which that's coming soon actually. Like the printing's done. Like it's just got to get to the States and then get shipped out. Like they actually just sent out emails for to change shipping addresses and all that kind of stuff. Because
So, are you still as angry as you were about that one?
There was a lot of I'm not thrilled about it because it's like it's super super late. Like they and there was a lot of missteps in it. Like it got delayed into oblivion before even going up to print. And when it did, they like screwed up the cards a bunch of times. There were a lot of people. There's like it's super late, but at least they're coming out with something. I can't really have any more complaints until, but basically my thing about it is like what I've noticed with the crowdfunding sort of stuff is the people that do this are people with no experience in any kind of business. Like basically what this is they didn't realize, like you can tell they had no idea what they were getting into, even though they sounded like they did. So essentially you're doing business with people who have not done business before. So, and that's why they very likely never got like a bank to stand behind them.
Yeah, because like, hey, this is a serious investment you're looking for.
Because, they'll go to get a business loan and then the bank's like, okay, well, what's your experience? Oh, nothing at all. So, like, I might as well hand this money to a bum on the street. Yeah, no. And that's basically what crowdfunding is you're handing money to somebody that doesn't know how to do business. And that can go either way. Like, I think for every success story, there's probably
9, 10 failures.
Yeah, and you only hear about the success stories. There's definitely like the delays of real, like the drama in terms of the community for the Barbarossa game is like through the roof. Like there are people that are fucking infuriated left and right. There was a lot of rage over. They did like for stretch goals. They after a certain point, like they exceeded their stretch goal like 2 or 3 times, and just started making up new ones. And one of the last stretch goals was a series of cosplay cards, and that's like already right off the bat going to be like kind of
weird.
Yeah, and it definitely was weird. It was like, super fugly girls that work at the warehouse dressed up as Nazis, and there was your stretch goal. So there was a huge controversy. Yeah, like these are the people that are the reason why cosplaying is terrible at Western anime conventions.
Can I just, instead of doing that, pledge to have that not happen?
Well, a lot of people feel that was like part of what caused so many delays. Is like, okay, now they have to reprint the original set of cards from the Japanese one, and get new art. Like one of the original stretch goals was extra cards done by the original artists. So that was cool. But then the cosplay cards came along, so it's like, okay, now printing is delayed again for like something that nobody cares about,
That you're only hitting that stretch goal because people want this.
Yeah, like the stretch goal wasn't even necessary at that point. And so there was a lot of drama over that, and just the one delay. Like the next thing that happened is they sent like a series of 2 bogus masters over to printing. Like they'd be like, "Hey, we're ready to print," and they send over the masters, and the people at there were like, "Yeah, no, your shit is like not edited at all. Like you have a million errors here and there. We can't print this." Because what happens is like the original company, the Japanese company that makes.
Yeah, they didn't have the originals or something, right?
No, they have to approve because the product is still technically their name as much as the publisher, the Western publisher. So like it has to meet their standard of approval before it goes to print. And they're like, yeah, we're finding like errors in spelling, grammar, yada yada yada. Stuff like that.
From a fucking Japanese company?
Yeah. So, like, they were rejecting the masters. And that happened, like, twice. And that set off a fucking shitload of drama.
How does a Japanese company find grammatical errors?
Well, they do.
Well, this is from the place that is like, come to the hair butcher.
I hear you, but there are people that understand the language.
Just saying. There's also websites devoted to them not understanding the language.
Yeah, but that's like places that make signs for tourists, or like authors of light novels that have English from fucking
high school.
From high school and just throw English words into shit because it sounds cool. Shit, look at the last episode of Dan Machi where he was really hoping his nickname was going to be Burning Fighter.
What did it end up being?
And what is it, Little Rookie?
Oh God, that's right, yeah.
Which is also in English.
I got you a normal nickname.
Yeah, he became Little Rookie. And his heart was destroyed.
Burning fighter.
And I think that's a reference to, there's, I'm pretty sure that's a reference to another anime.
Burning Cop?
No, Inferno Cop is Trigger.
It's also amazing.
That if you liked that, there's it's a 15. The episodes are like 12 minutes long. Ninja Slayer. It's the same kind of thing, but about ninjas. Except every now and then it goes from like that super corny non-animation that was used in Inferno Cop to actual animation. Totally worth watching. It's really enjoyable. But anyways, fucking, I can't remember the name of that other anime, but it was about a guy that, there was like, it was like a typical harem comedy. And one of his this girl was framing him because she found he had a book. He used to be a chuny back in middle school, and He used to have this journal where he was the burning fighter, and she basically blackmails him and makes him do her bidding. I can't remember the name of the anime for the life of me. It was okay.
Sounds like Chunibyo almost.
It definitely was like trying to ride on the popularity of that. Chunibyo was better though.
Chunibyo is life.
Unlike the one that Trigger did was terrible, but
What's that?
fuck, what the hell was the name of that one?
We're actual.
Eno Battle.
Oh god, that was so bad.
Where they got their real powers. Yeah, that was really bad.
How far did you stuck with it?
I stuck with it to like 6 or 7 episodes.
Ew.
Well, it was kind of silly and fun at first, and then it had really weird pacing.
Dude, I didn't even get that. I got like to episode 1 and was like done.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad in the first couple episodes. Then it went downhill from there, and it just got weird, and like it has like a couple funny moments here and there, but it's pretty terrible overall.
Yeah, you're not really selling it to me.
Oh, I'll never sell it to anyone. Like it's pretty awful. Shit, even the girl I like the most wound up being worst girl of all worst girls.
Oh, wasn't she the one that like flips out on him for?
Yeah, she flips out, goes on this entire rant about how fucking stupid this puny shit is, and like it was like super serious and melodramatic. It like totally broke up the feeling and pace of the show.
But they have Chuny powers.
It was really bad. It was like one of the worst scenes ever.
But
there's a really great WebM where they redesign it for
whatever
for Pole, where she goes on a rant about Pole. Basically, it's pretty funny.
I've seen that.
The WebM is excellent. But yeah, she basically like goes like full normal fag on him, and
does she know he has Chuny powers?
She has powers.
Then why the fuck is she going off on him?
It didn't make any sense at all. Like it was like she seemed like this really easygoing, kind of go with the flow sort of character, and like this just popped up out of fucking nowhere. Like it was super melodramatic and out of place. Like it didn't seem to fit with the show at all. Like it was just I really hate the term forced drama, but this was the definition of forced drama. Like I was just like, what the fuck? It was not a good thing at all.
Yeah. It just seems weird. I've definitely seen the Pole one.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. There's other variations of it, but I like that one the most.
So she has Chuny powers.
They all do.
And she's yelling at... She's yelling at him for...
It's like completely like out... Like it doesn't even make sense for the context of the show. Like it's just... And the other thing is like the whole reason she's having this argument with him is because she's known him since he was a kid, and she's like in love with the guy. So it's like, okay, well, you're not really in love with him then, because like that's his thing, that's what he does, and the thing that he's done his entire life is also the thing that you hate the most about him. So it's like you're just really crazy and confused, like, and it really sucks too, because she was like such a fun and easygoing character, and then when like she literally turned into a hysterical cunt. Like I've never seen an anime girl just become a hysterical cunt like that.
A must have lost it.
Yeah, that was actually that was like a shitstorm that lasted for days.
Really?
Yeah, that scene like shook up the. Everybody was fucking pissed about that. Like you could start troll threads just by like posting a WebM of the actual scene.
I bet you still could.
No,
Oh, really?
yeah, nobody cares about that show anymore. Now they just tell you, that show sucked anyways. What do you expect? I mean, the show was already getting kind of shit posted because everybody loves to hate on Trigger. Just because of like how vocal and huge the Kill la Kill fan base was. So automatically,
Well, Kill la Kill was really good.
yeah, it was good. I don't have anything wrong with it. I have no idea why so many casuals gravitated towards it.
No. I don't think I'll ever understand. It didn't seem like a casual anime. God, remember when we watched the dub and both of us were like...
Appalled.
Dude, and even I was like, so I think I'm done watching dubbed anime forever.
They've gotten really bad over the years.
Dude!
What I find really funny is now they have Black Lagoon on there, which, by the way, if you hate Cowboy Bebop but want to see a good Cowboy Bebop, watch Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon's really, really, really good. There's more swearing in Japanese than there is in the English dub. Like, she says fuck in English every other word in the original language. And shit. Like, she swears like crazy. Revy is fucking the best. She's pretty much like this paid killer with zero fucks to give about anything. It's a really good anime though. It's funny because I always see people like they're like, oh, watch Cowboy Bebop. It's like, dude, fuck Cowboy Bebop. Go watch fucking Black Lagoon. That's where it's at. Black Lagoon is like 1,000 times better than Cowboy Bebop. It's an anime about people that like work for the Russian mob, get drunk, and shoot people in the face. And hope that the Russian mob doesn't get upset with them and shoot them in the face instead. The Russian mobster they get their shit from is this crazy fucking Christmas cake lady that smokes cigars, Balalaika.
Okay.
She's absolutely nothing to fuck with. It's really good. They started putting that on Cartoon Network. And it's hilarious because the dub is like not only shitty, but is actually less vulgar than the original. What are you buying?
What are you selling? Ugh. don't think I'm watching anything you're not watching this anime season.
What are you watching? Actually, no. Are you still watching DxD?
Yes.
I totally dropped that.
Why?
Because it's fucking a mess. The fucking
What?
pacing is so bad.
Oh, they just got to the war in hell.
Like, it wants to be more of an action show, and it doesn't have the budget for that at all. So it's, like, really bad, where it's like the enemies are all standing still, and you just see a character spin around, and all the enemies explode, and I'm like, yeah, no, like... I'll wait for the Blu-ray. And hope to God that, like, they spent more than $20 trying to make an action anime out of an ecchi show.
Yeah.
But I mean, even still, like most, like it's pretty like that's the one bad thing when a show gets like more than a couple seasons. Sometimes that kind of thing happens where it's like there's just no budget at all. The World God Only Knows was like that too. Like the third season was really blah because they spent no money on it.
There hasn't been a third season.
Whatever. No, there was 3 seasons of that.
There's only been 2.
Alright, we're gonna look that up right now. Well, whatever, the last season of it was fucking terrible. There are 3 TV seasons, so get fucked.
When was the third?
The third aired in... I know it was like... Yeah, 2013. It was in the middle... It was summer.
How did I miss this?
I don't know, because I was still writing my weekly article, too. It was in the weekly article.
Wait, which one is the third season?
The third season is the Goddess arc.
Which one's the second season?
The second season is just season 2.
What happens in the second season?
That's when Elise and Hawkwa show up. Or Elise's friend shows up and Hawkwa shows up.
Okay, so the Goddess arc is season 3.
Yes.
I thought that was season 2.
No.
Yes, I liked season 2.
Yeah, season 2 was good.
No, I mean, season. I liked the Goddess arc.
You probably did in the manga.
Yeah.
Or you watched the Blu-ray when they fixed it. The TV airing was fucking
Oh,
horrible.
no, I watched the Blu-ray.
Yeah, the TV airing was terrible.
Yeah, wait, did they confirm another season of that?
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's all said and done with.
Because the manga's over, so...
Yeah, there's no...
Nothing to boost sales of.
But yeah, like, whenever a third season pops up, things are pretty blah, but, like... DxD kind of went down, like... Season 2 wasn't as good as Season 1, but it was still okay. But Season 3 is just, like...
Is it based on anything?
DxD?
Yeah.
Light novels, card game, there's a ton of shit.
There's a card game?
Yeah.
Is there a Dressbreaker card?
It's all just... It's one of those... It's just like the Cinderella Girls, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girl. It's one of those gachapon type card games. Where it's like the random, throw money at the random cards kind of thing. I don't know too much about it. I just know people post the cards all the time because the art is really hot. But yeah, it's a light novel.
I wonder how far they are in the light novel.
Much further than the anime, and a lot of people are not like. I know season 3 is like kind of universally hated.
Really?
Yeah. It's so badly done. Like, I thought I was just kind of being, like, I was like, well, maybe I'm just being a curmudgeon about it. And then, like, I read some threads, and everybody was kind of having the same thoughts that I was. And it's like, okay, I'm not crazy. It does suck. Because I'm like, how does DxD suck? Like, it got to the point where I was, like, past episode 5, it was getting to the point where it was, like, I'd go to watch an episode of it, and I'm like, oh, all I have left is DxD. And I'm like, and then I'd be sitting there saying, like, did I really just think that?
Didn't you, like, say at one point that you were, like, so happy about this season because it was going to be so good?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what else I dropped that I was super hyped for? I dropped Nanoha.
What?
Nanoha was fucking terrible, dude.
Dude,
you know,
all
like
you did
second
was,
or
like...
third episode, it was so fucking bad, dude. That's another one where it was, like, no fucking budget at all.
Dude, all you did was sit there and be like, oh, dude, Nanoha...
Oh, I was hype as fuck for
Dude, Nanoha's gonna give blowjobs left and right to everyone.
Oh,
You're gonna walk in the room and it's gonna be free blowies. Everyone! It's gonna be like Oprah with blowjobs, except with anime girls. It's gonna be like a blowjob for you, and a blowjob for you.
We get it. You know, it happens when you watch currently airing shows. I was fucking hype as fuck for it, and it
You
sucked.
were crazy hype for it!
No, I wasn't. I sent like 2 or 3 emails in the morning because I really liked some of it.
Dude, no, it would... I
guarantee there's something that you enjoy, that you got hyped for that sucked.
I try not... No, because I'm a pessimist and I hate everything.
That's not true at all. I've made you really, really butt mad about picking on indie games on this stream.
And my dog.
I blew you the fuck out on your dog this morning.
I like my dog. Leave my dog the fuck alone.
Actually, no. You were the one that said you were going to kill the dog.
I like my dog. I can pick on my... It's like a sibling. I can pick on my sibling. You can't. Oh, God. Real... Nanoha? I'm, honestly so shocked. I kind of can't believe you.
You know, totally dropped it. Like, that's another one where it's like, I'll just wait for the fucking Blu-ray to see if they unfuck it.
Wow. Was Triage X this season?
Yeah, that one I'm waiting for that I guess is pretty entertaining, but like, I know...
I watched the first episode, and even then, I was like, man, this is edited.
It's Studio Zebic. Studio Zebic does really good, really super lewd type,
I watched the first episode, I had nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, wow, these,
Like, I know I'd watch it and it'd be entertaining, but I'd also know I'm missing out on, like, major tits. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with Testament. Like Testament, I just knew I was like, yeah. What's that?
Are the Blu-rays out?
For?
Testament.
The first 2.
Oh, never mind. Oh, wait.
Yeah, Blu-rays take a long time. It's like a year-long process for a season to pop out. And then it's a matter of, like, is anybody gonna throw the subs on it? Shit, it's been, like, almost 2.5 years for... like, you're lucky you super lucked out on being late to the party for Infinite Stratos. That aired, like, 2-3 years ago. And the last 2 volumes just got subtitled.
2013. I literally just looked it up.
It's the same thing. There's something similar with season 2 of Data Live. That was another one where it was like, I almost dropped it. But season 1 of Data Live is amazing. Season 2 was terrible because it, like, halfway through they just ran out of time and money. So it was like, yeah, totally need to, like, wait for this on Blu-ray. And it's another one of those Blu-rays where it's like, they basically redid the entire episode, added 5 minutes to each episode, and fucking...
Oh! Did you watch...
So nobody subtitled it because they have to redo the entire fucking thing.
Did you watch the, ending... Or, did you watch Infinite Stratos 2?
I've watched the TV version.
They redid... So I watched, like, the first... I started watching the first 3 episodes, not Blu-ray. and then I went in and started watching the Blu-ray ones. They redid new endings for the Blu-ray.
Yeah. Yeah, each episode, like, that's why it took so long, because they had to resub the whole thing, because, like, the timing is off because there's added scenes, there's
Well, like,
fucking...
the end... No, I mean, like, the ending itself, like...
There's one episode towards the end of the season where, like, I told you about it before, where it's,
Like,
like,
it
the
looks
crazy
away.
fight happens, and, like, the camera just, like, looks at the floor or something. And you just hear a bunch of noise and shit, and, like, in the Blu-ray, that's all there.
No, but, in the ending for the standard on TV, it was just the standard, like, them running away. Like, you know, like them chasing him. In the Blu-ray, the girls wear, like, outfits they wore during the episode. So, like, in the episode that it's his birthday, they all wear, like, the Catgirl outfits and shit when they're chasing him.
Nice. Here, hold on, I gotta get some coffee. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back.
You basically missed an entire boss battle.
Oh, well, I needed coffee, so... What else are you watching this season, besides DxD, though?
Oh, fuck. Dungeon,
Danmachi.
Yep. Food Wars.
You watching Assassination Club? Well, you're probably way ahead of that.
Yeah, I actually stopped because I was just so fucking far ahead.
You're probably not far enough in JoJo to be following that right now.
No, no, I'm like so fucking far behind in JoJo.
Yeah, they're fighting Dio now.
Yeah, good luck with that. Dio was rocked for a long time.
Oh, it's already pretty. Like, he's definitely the worst thing they've ever. Like, he's already killed a senator and
a senator
in Egypt, but
oh, okay. So no one important.
yeah, he's already torn up half of Egypt, though, so that's pretty bad.
I still think that's super funny, by the way, that they made a game about fucking that one song.
Holy Diver?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Did you listen when they read the plot description?
Yeah.
Your dad's Dio. Fucking, you were trained in the ways of magic by Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, they love themselves some 80s rock.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show that Irem was the most metal of all fucking game developers.
The game was terrible, though.
Was it terrible, or was it just unreasonably difficult?
It was pretty, they basically created a game that was a action platformer that had enemies that attack as if you're playing a shoot 'em up.
Yeah, it sounds like...
Which caused a great deal of issues for gameplay.
That sounds like Irem. I don't understand what your issue with that is.
That wasn't my thing. That was the runner was like, "Yep, we're pretty much fighting R-type enemies in the platformer."
Good luck, everybody!
Yeah, I dropped one show and picked it back up.
What's that?
Plastic Memories.
Oh, I meant to pick that up.
It was like, at first I was like, oh, I don't really think this is going to be very interesting. Like, I dropped it a couple episodes in, and then I picked it back up out of curiosity.
Except, like, I couldn't even find the horrible subs fucking...
That's the only one worth watching right now. Kami does it. I don't know if they meme sub it or if they legit sub it.
Yeah! When you gave me the fucking, that one Kami link, I was like, Stark, you put a Kami link in here.
Well, they do the subtitles for, Unlimited Blade Works. They put them out before Unlimited Translation Works, so... Sometimes I use Kami for that, and they're fine for that. I made the terrible mistake of using them for teen rom-com Snafu. That was bad.
Yeah, I watched a bunch
there was
of...
There was a Geico joke, so I was like, yeah, Twin Tail is when they started. And I think they keep, like, they never were that bad until... Like every now and then they do something like... kind of do a stupid translation that wasn't necessary, but I like they just went full retard during Twin Tail and got away with it, like, and then I think because it made people so mad, like there's a bunch of guys now that like they do all their shows like that.
I like
Kami also they do TQ right now and the spinoff, and that's fine. I watch that.
Which one's TQ?
TQ is Anime on Crack. It is a 2-minute long short. It has run it's on season 4 right now. It is about girls playing tennis, but it is not about girls playing tennis at all.
Oh my god! With, what's her face from our high school, the anime character.
No, you're thinking of, you're thinking of something else.
Oh. Then never mind.
You're thinking, it's Plastic Something is what you're thinking of. I can't. That was pretty funny, too. But that ends, like, there's only, like, 6 episodes of that, and they're, like, 10 minutes long or something like that. No, TQ's been running for years now. This is the 4th season of it, and it has a spin-off of one of the characters. And it is... I can't even... It's supposed to be about girls playing tennis. It has abso-fucking-lutely nothing about that. There's like an episode where they play tennis and they're like, oh my god, we're actually playing tennis. All the characters talk super, super fast. It's completely random, ridiculous fucking humor. Like, I can't even explain it. It's anime on crack. Somebody took the Blu-rays of the first 3 seasons and melded them all into one mega episode.
Really?
Like, yeah, get drunk and watch that. It's really fun. Yeah, TQ is pretty good shit. Kami's done that for years, and they've never
Haven't
done it.
yet.
Yeah, they've never done anything bad with that.
Yet.
No, I think what it is there's certain, like they have people there that are fans of certain shows, and that's when you get a good translation out of them. But when they there's also some guys that are there just for the sake of, like, they're just trying to get experience in translating or something like that, or they just want to fucking make troll subs. And like there's that one show where they kind of just don't give a fuck. It is weird though, because season 1 of Teen Rom-Com Snafu they did a really good job of. There was one joke they did at the end of it, and it wasn't even like a thing that they did to screw with the subtitles. What it was is there's a joke that the main character of it is the Dark Knight of harem shows. So for the last episode, they put in an alternate audio track, swapping out the regular theme song with the theme to the Dark Knight.
Okay.
And it was hilarious, because by that point, if you've followed the threads on like, you've seen the joke a million times. So like when you heard the Dark Knight thing, you were like, ah ha ha ha, you fucking bastards. That's pretty good.
You got me.
That's pretty good. And it wasn't like, some people actually got pissed off about it, which I have no idea why. I thought it was a pretty good joke, and like the original song was still there. You could just switch right back to it. It wasn't really that big a deal. This one is full on me. It's not even me. I can't even blame it on meme subs. Like, there's a Geico joke. Like, his sister says something like, "Oh, I have to tell you something, Oni-san," and he's like, "What? You switched to Geico and saved 15%?" I was like, "No, done." Turned it off. Erased the file.
Threw the hard drive out the window.
Stomped it into little pieces. Set fire to the house.
Yeah.
Canceled my internet.
Yeah. And then murdered myself.
Drink a gallon of bleach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, nope.
Gouged my eyes out with forks.
Which is, I have no idea what went wrong there, because they did a really good job with the first season.
It just sounds like they felt like they got away with shit, so...
Yeah.
Didn't Kami used to be
in a really weird place right now, like, in general.
Didn't they used to be like the go-to?
They were always like a middling. Their go-to for certain series. Like, they did a really good job with some shows. There's just so many, like, fan subs are in a weird spot now anyways. There's so many places that don't even really fucking do it anymore. And it used to be in the past that, like, somebody would come up and replace them. And like, that's just not the case. Like, there's a lot more drama to it too. Like,
Kids these days.
there's people that, like, flip out and fucking get mad when, like, people talk shit about them. Like, they literally get ass mad and trolled.
You're on the internet, dog.
Yeah, like, and that's the problem, is, like, some of them get into it because they want to be attention whores, and then when it happens, then they get the attention and realize it wasn't the attention they were looking for, and they flip the fuck out and lose their minds.
Not only that, but, like, you're subbing on, like, for, like, your largest fan group is going to be people on, like, 4chan.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Like, what did you think they were gonna, like, throw you a fucking ticker tape parade? Did you think that you were gonna be as well received as fucking...
Alright, let me put it to you this way. One of the biggest contributors to all of anime fan subbing was Dies. He pushed through to get the 1080, the 10-bit video quality. He's done a shitload. He's one of the best translation subtitle groups out there. There's an entire meme based on a list of Dies destroying anime. Dies has a plan to kill anime, and there's like this checklist that you'll see get posted.
Okay.
Like, he's responsible for the assassination of other fan subgroups. He's responsible for the creation of Crunchyroll. Like, there's a million things, you know.
Is he responsible for the creation of Crunchyroll?
No! The entire list is fake. I don't think he's ever assassinated anybody here.
I mean...
He does have a legitimately bad reputation now, because I guess he took part in... Faku wound up getting legit licensing rights to a shitload of doujins and stuff like that, and as a result of that, they went and did a cease and desist order to EX Hentai. So like half of EX Hentai got fucking purged overnight.
Yeah.
And so like that got him a pretty bad reputation. If there's one thing you don't do is fuck with somebody's porn, you know? That's...
The unfappening, I remember that.
Yeah, like, that was a huge shitstorm. The unfappening, which was actually way more important than the actual fappening. And the actual fappening almost destroyed 4chan. Because why sue Apple for their shitty security when you can just sue 4chan?
Weren't the mods, like, taking down the links as fast as they could?
Oh, there was a whole bunch of stuff that had to be done. They're celebrities, man. Like, they're gonna, like, automatically lawyer up and, like... Of course they're not going to be responsible for their own actions of taking, like, videos and pictures of themselves fucking their partners, putting it on their fucking cell phone to begin with, and then booting all... and then posting all of their shit to the Apple iCloud with no security measures whatsoever.
Password?
Well, it doesn't matter. They got hacked from some... it was basically a bad there was something that like made the iCloud was really easy to exploit. Like it was some kid that did it. Like the kid was like 14 or something. Like
really,
he just used a script that spammed a certain thing and basically broke the protection on iCloud. So he had access to like everybody's shit. Like if you did anything with an iPhone, this kid could fucking find your shit. It's just he went after celebrity nudes.
Well, yeah, he's a teenager.
Yeah, why not, you know?
I mean, what would you go after?
I wouldn't even be doing any of that because you're just going to get bitten in the ass one way or another. As tempting as e-crime is, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, they don't even offer you good jobs anymore.
No.
Remember that? Remember back in the day that you would do something like this, and then like a week later, Apple would like offer you a killer job.
Well, I've actually heard that like that's pretty much how you get into like the NSA and shit like that nowadays.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the government will definitely want you to do something for them.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, you can do all the same stuff you used to do, except now you can do it to China.
Or the American people.
Because they're doing it to us 24 hours a day.
North Korea.
North Korea, Russia, everybody. Everybody's fucking everybody with the internet. Well, I showed you that map a long time ago of all the different
Yeah.
DDoS attacks and all the other stuff that's happening across the
I'd
world.
seen that before. I work in
And
IT.
it's only like, and that's like 1/10 of the shit that's actually happening.
Yeah, that's the shit that's, like, reported. Do you know that there are actually keys to the internet?
No, I did not.
Yep. They were designed so in case a massive worm ever hit, or like a massive virus ever hit, that destabilized the internet in such a way the entire thing could be rebooted.
Isn't it just like the backbone providers, though, for the most part?
They're throughout the world. So yeah, it's like, I think there's like one in China, one in Russia, like 3 in the United States.
Oh no, you've killed the Ninja Maid.
Although, do you remember the news story that one guy took out all of the internet for an entire country, for an entire section of Russia, because he was digging a hole in his backyard?
That sounds about right for Russia, though.
Yeah, they had laid the internet through his backyard and not really told him. And so he was like digging a garden or something. And
It's Russia, though, man. Russia is like super fucking ghetto.
yeah, he was like digging a hole for his garden or some shit, and fucking just like hit this thing and was like, I don't know what the fuck that is, and just so he proceeded to like dig through it and like took out the internet for an entire section of Russia.
Oh, I know a lot of the internet for some continents. It's all strung together with like huge cables that go on the ocean floor.
Yeah, just like the telegraph wires.
And every now and then they get ripped apart by shit and have to be fixed.
Yeah. I mean, as much as people are going to want to pretend that, like, we've evolved past cables, we really super haven't.
No, not in the slightest. All the wireless shit is kind of bogus anyways.
What, wireless internet?
Yeah.
You seem to enjoy yours.
Yeah, that's my home network for me. In terms of phone, it's like a rape fest for money.
Oh, yeah. Cellular?
I mean, it's fast and everything, but it's like ridiculously.
Is it fast?
4G is pretty fucking fast.
You know, America has, like, the slowest 4G.
And it's probably still better than my regular internet. I know it's like 4G is zippy, but like I avoid using it as much as possible. Like I try to stay on Wi-Fi as much as I can.
How much?
Because I have the super cheap like 1 gigabyte.
Can you even get 1 gigabyte anymore?
Yeah, I did.
Alright.
and I use about half that.
Yeah. Veronica.
What kills you is like if you start fucking around with video and like the second you start using it for YouTube and shit while you're not on Wi-Fi, that's it. Like you're fucked once
No,
you start.
when you
with
start sending video.
that too. Anything to do with video is like I pretty much use it like the only time I'm ever on it is like when I'm at work. Actually, Facebook is really nasty on data too.
Well, yeah, it's all fucking pictures.
If you're on Facebook a lot, you can easily hit like a gigabyte a month on just Facebook. Like for whatever reason, like Facebook is super bandwidth heavy.
It's all pictures.
Well, it preloads video now too.
Ew!
You've never noticed that? It was doing that when I still had it.
Well, no, but on your phone?
Yeah, on your phone, like when you scroll down, like videos will play.
I don't use Facebook on my fucking phone.
Oh, well, I used to. I used it on my phone more than anything. Just because the only time I was ever on Facebook was like, I'm taking a shit.
Yeah. No, the only time I'm on it is like, I have to talk to Nick.
Oh, I've already made it clear. Actually, what is it? I have some friends up north that are actually really mad at me because I'm not on Facebook. I'm like, you have my phone number and my email address.
What else do you want?
If you can't figure out how to get a hold of me with either one of those, then God have mercy on your soul.
Dude, like, you respond to emails when you're awake in, like, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Tops.
I actually prefer email over text. Like, I fucking hate text messages.
You have a fucking Android. It's the same thing almost at this point.
Yeah, exactly. There's no need to fucking use text messages. But yeah, I fucking hate Facebook.
Yeah, you have a right to hate Facebook.
I remember the videos because it was driving me nuts because when that ice bucket challenge thing was going on, like, the fucking data went through the roof on my phone.
Because everyone was fucking doing it.
Yeah, everyone did it. So, like, my Facebook feed was all videos of people fucking...
Don't you want to watch your fucking third grade teacher do the ice bucket challenge? No!
Not in the slightest. Oh, it got ridiculous, too. Like, people would have done it, and, like, it's been a week, but they still want the attention that goes with it, so they're doing it to their fucking dog or something like that. So it's like, oh, yeah, that's real nice. You dumped fucking ice-cold water on top of your fucking dog, so it's scared, confused, and possibly in shock.
Someone did it to their dog?
Quite a few people did.
Why would you do that?
Because you're an attention whore. There's no other reason.
But it's a puppy.
The ice bucket challenge itself was attention whoring.
Well,
like, you could tell every one of the girls on my Facebook that was, like, not morbidly obese, like, had to show off their bikini body and fucking to do the ice bucket challenge and fucking...
No, my favorite ice bucket challenge is still Patrick Stewart. When he takes the ice bucket...
When he just writes the check.
Yeah! Like,
and like, puts a couple pieces of ice into a rocks glass and has some whiskey.
Yeah! And just smiles at the camera. Yeah, because, you know what?
We were supposed to do it for work. Like, a month after it, like, people on Facebook were bored of it, and we were supposed to do it at work. And I was like, okay, why are we doing that when we actually have our own charity? Like, like, our workplace has its own charity for itself. I was like, why are we doing ALS when we are our own charity? That's beyond fucking stupid. And it never happened, so. That became failed team builder number 1974.
Yep.
They've set up, like, so many fucking like, there's supposed to be one team builder every year. They have never happened. There has been one since I was there, and that was the Albany Rock Gym.
Yeah, and like a quarter of
And
the
all
people
the
were
staff
too fat.
are too fat. Yeah, all of the staff are too fat to do any of it.
Yeah, and it was like only the management that could do it, right?
One of the management.
I bet they felt pretty smart.
Oh, he set it up, and he was complaining about it more than anybody because the place smelled like a dog.
Ew.
To be fair, a dog smelled better. It smelled like fucking sweaty underwear.
You're really not selling this place to me.
It's not even a place for. Do you want to climb fucking 30 feet up on a wall being held up by a rope?
No, I'm too fat to do that.
You know what? Even if I was skinny, no.
Even when I was skinny, I didn't want to fucking climb a rope.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. Annual evaluations. I have never once had an annual evaluation.
I
fill out the paper what makes me mad is there's paperwork for it. And it's like these questions like, how do you feel about your job? How do you feel when you interact with this person, that person, the public, yada, yada, yada. And you've got to it takes like an hour to fill out. And every fucking year I fill the fucking thing out. And fucking every fucking year it's a complete waste of my time. I actually still have my evaluation paperwork from December sitting in my fucking mailbox, filled out.
The funny thing is,
I kept it this time. That way, when they ask me to fill it out next year, I'm like, I'm just going to be like, how about we go with the one that I filled out fucking 2 years ago?
But I got the paperwork this year because I'm management now. I'm just like CC'd on like management crap, and they're like, oh, it's evaluation time. Here's the paperwork. And I like brought it up to my boss. He's like, yeah, but you don't evaluate anyone. I'm like, no, I mean, like, I was just reminding you. Also, I was never evaluated last year. He's like, oh, you noticed. And I'm like, yeah! He's like, yeah, but you see, if I evaluate you, I have to give you a raise. And I'm like, but you promoted me. Like, I don't think I get a raise directly after I get promoted.
Oh, ours isn't even our evaluations aren't for a raise. It's literally, do you keep your job this year?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what our evaluations are.
Yeah, well, fuck that then.
Yeah, they're stupid. But the answer to that question is always going to be yes. Like, as long as you haven't killed anyone. And even then, you might have you might have almost done it by accident, and you'll still have a job.
What if it was from vengeance?
You know what? After all the things I've seen in the past year, nothing would surprise me. You could probably commit an act of terrorism, and they're like, oh, but it's really hard to fill that guy's shift.
He did bomb the World Trade Center.
Is ISIS really that bad? I mean, it's just an Islamic State. What could be so wrong?
He's against everything that this company in particular stands for.
He chopped my daughter's head off because she doesn't have a headscarf. Did you need your daughter?
Or her head, for that matter?
I mean, your daughter wasn't going to fill the shift.
I really need that shift filled.
Like, I'd have to stay over, and that's going to cut into my drinking time. Oh. I mean, you can dodge roadside bombs.
Dodge? Just drive around them. Come on, take one for the team.
I mean, they got a vaccine for anthrax.
I mean, sure, they're not going to give it to you because you're not in the military.
But I'm sure if you ask your doctor really nicely, you could probably make the copay. Probably.
Okay, so you're gonna die, but...
Your shift is so much easier to fill. Yeah, that's basically how my workplace is now.
That sounds amazing. It sounds like you work at one of the best places in the capital region. 3 years running.
Yeah, one of these years I need to not be there anymore. At the very least, it'd be okay to just not be in that work site.
Yeah. Probably for your mental health, that might be...
Last week was fucking really bad.
He left a post-it note as the notification of what happened.
For
The death.
oh, that was in the med book.
You told me that, and I'm like, no, that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, he left the post. Died with the date.
Not the time!
No, not the time, just the date. And the words died in huge letters. Didn't bother to take any of the paperwork out or file it.
No.
Just left it there with a note that says died.
No, just the date, not the time. Didn't call anyone.
I have 1.5 million gripes with that dude right now because, like, he actually, because that dude died, like, there's nothing for him to do, really. And yet, he does less than he's ever done before. Oh. Did your chicken kill you?
Oh, I'm going to murder you in your sleep. I just saved, so I don't really care.
But yeah, like, his new thing has been, like, he has one person to take care of, and, like, he's not doing that at all. Like, I went, there was, okay, one night, it was, like, Monday night.
Is this stream appropriate before we...
It's gross, but it's not, like...
No, I just didn't want to get you in trouble.
There's not going to be any names or anything, so...
Alright. Man, I'm just trying to watch out for you.
I don't care. Nobody from my workplace is watching. Nobody watches this stream.
You know, maybe I'm going to put it on YouTube. Did you ever think about that?
Yep, and nobody's going to look for it there either.
Actually, the YouTube channel's been doing alright.
Yeah, the YouTube channel does alright, but nobody from my, like, the people from my workplace are going to look up sex videos of stupid shit and...
Of Kim Kardashian take it in the ass from some...
Yeah, exactly.
From
or Bruce Jenner.
No, Bruce Jenner taking it in the ass, because he's a lady now.
Whatever. He's a he. He just thinks he's a she. There's a difference.
And we need to celebrate him.
No, we do not. At all.
Come on.
We can celebrate that, then we'll start celebrating... I don't know. Bin Laden Death Day. A real American holiday started by Maddox.
I mean, okay.
No, but what I was going to say is Monday night I went in and there's been like problems with like sewer backing up in the apartment building where I work and like all this other crazy shit. So the place has a, you know, a plate you should probably heal.
I don't have any items.
Oh. Well, aren't you, Mr. Unprepared?
Aren't you, Mr. Shut the fuck up?
But anyways, I could have sworn that I was smelling nothing but trash. Like, I was like, man, this trash smell is bad. And it was to the point where it was like, I could go into the hallway and walk into the office, and I was smelling this terrible, terrible trash odor.
Terrible.
And the one dude that this guy has to take care of gets up to go to the bathroom. The trash smell is him. The guy had not showered for fucking days and smelled that horrible. Like, I wound up having to shower, and it's like, dude, you have one fucking thing to do. Like, shower this guy and cook him dinner. You did one and just said, fuck everything else. But he's even been doing shit like spilling stuff on the floor and just leaving it there the entire shift. Like, his entire shift suddenly became, I'm going to make this place a mess, and I'm going to leave it all for the next shift to deal with. And it's like, yeah, that's not your fucking job. Your job is not pass everything off to the next person.
I'm going to take a quick break. I need water. I'll be right back. And I just died.
Oh, wow. That thing's terrible.
You see, the dog calmed down after a little bit. Are you even listening?
Yeah.
She's gotten so much substantially better. She doesn't shit in the house anymore. She barely kills people. I thought Soma was born at Dracula's death.
I have no idea. I don't even know if, like, these games are really that connected.
Oh no, they are. All Castlevania games that Iga did connect to each other. Didn't you know that? God, Stark.
Even the shitty ones like Castlevania 64.
I don't think he did that.
Or what's the shitty 3D one on PlayStation 2?
Lament of Innocence. I know that because I bought it.
Yeah, you know what? I think one of my roommates was playing it because he borrowed it from you.
It is not a good game.
Mm-mm. He played the shit out of it, but I was like, yeah, I can totally live without
ever experiencing the fullness of this experience.
Yeah, exactly. I'm good.
The whip mechanic in it was fucked too.
There was a lot about it that was
Fucked.
not. Yeah, it was not good. Giant cocks, they are dangerous. Actually, whenever the skeleton pulling the screaming plant out of the ground, that was pretty dangerous.
That's what killed me last time.
Yeah, I know, that was pretty. Well, I call that a mandrake or a mandragoria or something.
Mandrake, yeah. You would know that if you read the Harry Potter theories.
I don't even think that's a Harry Potter thing.
No, it's existed beforehand.
It's like an actual legend or something. I know they're pretty common enemies in a lot of RPGs and whatnot.
No, I was from the earlier talk about fucking Death Eater.
Oh, the Death Eaters. Yeah, them Death Eaters, they'll get you.
I love that. Yeah, how ignorant you were on Harry Potter. That really made me very happy.
Yeah, I don't date. That's why I don't have to listen to stupid shit like that.
It's Harry Potter's.
Harry Potter is the movie that men only watch because their girlfriend and or wife makes them.
No,
I'm
no,
not wrong.
No, what I was going to say is, you are too old to have fully gotten into Harry Potter. Like
that never I've actually sat through I think the first two of them because
oh, you're the worst two.
Because at one point or another there was somebody in the house that I was like a roommate that was dating or something.
Oh, the first one is insufferable. We're a bunch of plucky kids, but we're gonna show everyone!
I remember one of my roommates tried to pass it off as like, oh, come on, it's just like anime. No.
Nope. Dude, I like Harry Potter. Nope.
Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that's... If you're a guy and you've seen Harry Potter, it's because you're trying to get laid at... And I'm not wrong. Or you were a really young kid.
Or you grew up with it. I think the books did a really good job of growing up with the audience. If you're a kid, especially the movies, like, if you started watching the movies when they came out, I think as a child, they kind of, like, grew up with you. I think they did a pretty decent job doing that.
But yeah, that's why I don't know jack shit about Harry Potter. So.
Hey, Stark, of all the things you should ever feel bad about in your life, that's not one of them.
I never would. Not in the slightest.
Good. It's just like anime. Did you punch that? Whoever said that?
I wanted to. He's used that comparison wrong. I remember he also tried to sell me on, oh, what's that? It's like the teen drama about Superman. Smallville.
Ew!
Just like anime.
No, it's not! Dude, I tried to like Smallville. I really fucking tried to like Smallville. Like, a lot. And it just wasn't, it wasn't happening.
He was a pretty confused anime fan anyways. He was the type that would watch like Fujoshi type stuff because it had like an all-male cast and he thought it was, masculine anime. I'm like, you do realize that it's supposed to be a bunch of cute boys doing cute things for female viewers, right?
You do understand those two guys are making out. Yes, to show how masculine they are.
He was like...
They want to see who's a better kisser, right?
He was completely clueless. I remember that was when he was trying to defend stuff like Wipe Crews and Get Backers.
Oh god, Get Backers.
I'm like, that's anime-oriented. Well, why would a guy watch a show about a bunch of girls? Think about what you just said.
Because they're cute. You put one guy in there. All the girls fight over him. And then we don't have to look at other men.
Or they just do the new slice of life model where it's all girls. Like, there's not even guys as background characters.
These are all acceptable answers.
And they all just crush on each other.
Yeah. Yuri is fantastic.
Yuri, Kiniro Mosaic, Biori.
Yuri.
Biori is airing, season 2 of that is next season, I think.
What about the lesbian bear anime, Stark?
That was terrible. Yuri Kuma was not good.
But everyone defended it.
No. No, not at all, actually.
Oh, I thought they did for a while.
It has a rabid fan base, but it's pretty small.
Like rabid bears?
They're all rabid bears or something. I don't know. I think the message of it is everyone is gay. Because society.
It turns out you were the gay one all along!
It was like some kind of really super fucking pretentious fucking... It was done by the people who did Penguin Drum, and Penguin Drum was really fucking good, so I thought it was going to be decent, but I made it 3 episodes in, and I was like, you know what, I can't even be Yuri pandered to watch this anymore. And this is coming from somebody who sat through all the fucking... shit, I can't remember the name of it. Really terrible Yuri anime.
Oh! The one that I almost watched.
Yeah, the one where I was like, yeah, no, don't do that.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, I think you said something about watching this, and you're like, stop watching it right now.
Yep. Yeah, just don't.
Yeah.
They're not even lesbians, they're all trannies. Like they go to some magical spring to turn into men if they choose to be.
Yeah, they said something about that in the first episode.
What's hilarious is they basically just become women with beards.
What?
Yeah. Well, later on you'll see some of the male characters, and they still have a female voice, and they're just women with beards. It's so bad.
It's just so they can reproduce at that point?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense as to how things got that way or why. And the other army does the same thing, but like they do it with hormones and shit instead of the magical spring thing. And
I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it was stupid. It was really terrible.
It sounds awful.
It doesn't even like draw to any kind of reasonable conclusion.
I thought I was like missing something when I watched the first episode. Like,
nope.
it just like assumed that you knew so much about the universe or something, and
well, no, they fill in the blanks as it goes along. Like, the world building takes time to set in, but the more you learn about it, the more you're just like, that's weird. Kind of gross, too.
Kind of gross.
It was really shitty. But I was like, well, I'm stuck here for... That was one of them ones that I had, and I was stuck at work for days. So it's like, well, I can't go home to put anything else on the phone, so... Guess I'm watching this one.
Alright, anime, show me what you got today. Oh, God, no! Why, anime, we were such good friends.
Yeah, that was really rough, because I had a whole stint of, like, stuff from my backlog that... Like, I had been lucky for so long of having stuff in my backlog, and that all was, like, at the very least watchable. And then, like, I went through a stint of, like, almost everything I pulled out of my backlog at random was just fucking terrible.
That one was pretty fucking bad. Do people defend it?
You hardly see anybody even really talk about it. The only reason I even, like, knew about it was, like, people were just posting Yuri images. And I saw it, it was a picture from official art, and I was like, oh, those girls are cute. I'll bet you this is going to be fun.
Yeah. That's kind of how it ended up, too.
No, if anything, I was just disturbed.
Yeah. It just kind of felt like, this happens, and then something else happens. And then...
Oh, it's not even that. Like, when you find out what's actually going on, it's just, like, mind-numbingly stupid.
Well, not only that, but I don't know.
We're the bad guys, because we pollute everything. We're the good guys, but we're sexually confused. Oh. And this is the story. We have holy powers that we abuse. That makes us better than the bad guys. And if you look inside of the engine, you get mind raped, apparently.
What?
There's those fucking ships that they fly on. You know how there's, like, that big swirling seashell in the middle of all of them?
Yeah.
Like, that's the engine.
Yeah.
And, like, if you pop open the center, there's nothing in there at all, but this one girl looks inside of it, and she gets, like, mind raped angel style. Like, she wound up like Asuka in the bathtub during the last stint of Evangelion.
There was nothing in it, though?
Nope. But it makes shit fly.
How did she get mind raped?
I don't know. It's something to do with, like, there's some kind of thing, some kind of force within that's beyond comprehension, and the plot never touches up on it to really ever...
Did she actually end up in a bathtub? Because that would be pretty funny.
No, she actually turned out, like, it took her like 3-4 episodes to snap out of it, but she was pretty mind broken for a while.
Did she talk about what she saw, or?
Nope.
Okay. Good work, everybody.
Oh, like even the end of it was a fucking mess. It was. It was just bad. Like, there's no way around it. I think that was when I was, like, trying to watch a lot of older shows.
Didn't you watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes, and that went on for, like, 8,000 episodes?
Legend of the Galactic Heroes is long, but not that long. Legend of the Galactic Heroes is 130 episodes.
Holy fuck. That's still super long.
Shonen goes on for hundreds more episodes.
And yet you've never found the time to watch all of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Do you know how much anime I watch?
Do you know Yu Yu Hakusho is one of my favorite animes ever, and you've never...
Well, yeah, but it's also, like, fucking 200 some odd episodes.
It's 120!
I watch 20 shows a week.
It's 120 episodes.
Yep, and I watch 20 shows a week.
You can do 120 the way that you've been talking
Well, you
about.
know what? Legend of the Galactic Heroes is probably still better.
Oh, yeah. Well, Legend of the Galactic Heroes is like one of the all-time best animes ever made. Is it not?
It's like one of those ones that's like universally beloved.
Yeah, well, even you got done watching it, and you're like, I understand why everyone praises this.
Yeah, it's really fucking good.
You kind of sounded like, when you were watching it, you kind of sounded like me when I was like first reading The Watchmen, is that you were like, I kind of get what everyone's talking about. They're praising it, like, at first you were like, they're praising it a little much, and then like toward the more you read it, the more that you're like, this is getting really
The thing
good.
is when you first start watching it, like, what you think is good about it actually becomes the lamest part of the show.
Well, yeah, that's like fucking The Watchmen. Like, if you read the comic of The Watchmen,
Yeah, I have.
it's
I own it, actually.
It's actually it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
And like when you start reading it, it's like, oh, I guess I get what everyone's talking about. It's pretty good, I guess. And then like,
I read that before watching the movie, and
yeah, the movie's.
the movie changes the ending to full retard.
Nick described it best is it was a Hollywood ending because the comic is basically just a comic ending. Like, you can't do what the comic had, and like the comic was a comic book ending. The movie was more of a movie ending.
Everybody says that, but shit ending's a shit ending.
It's fair enough. It wasn't that drastically different. The city
It was kind of the same idea, but it was stupid.
The city got destroyed. Like,
Also, not running the Black Pirate story in parallel was...
they pulled it, actually. They animated, they did it.
Yeah, they did, but it's like... And they sold it on a separate DVD.
Do you know why they pulled it, right?
Because that would be too much thinky time for Hollywood movie watchers. That and too much time.
Well, yeah, they were like, no, we fully did this. It just, if we included this,
I think what it all comes down to is The Watchmen just it wasn't really a thing to be a movie.
Yeah. The Watchmen was a comic, and it wasn't... Yeah.
But yeah, no, Legend of the Galactic Heroes is one of those... Like, if you watch that, like... It's actually really frightening in how accurate some of the shit that's in it is, like, basically sums up everything that's wrong with the world.
Isn't it basically about, like, politics and...
It's a political thriller. And like, you'll hear that and you'll be like, wrong, but trust me, you just gotta watch it.
It's better than The West Wing, Dan Stark.
Probably. It's really interesting in that, like, both sides of the war, that, like, both factions, by the time everything is all said and done with,
they're both right.
Yeah, like, they're both wrong and they're both right. Like, they both do terrible things. They're neither one of them is never 100. You're rooting for everybody on every side of things. Like, it's a really interesting, like, you'll never see anything like it, that's for sure. And before I watch Yu Yu Hakusho, I'm probably going to watch Ranma Half, so there's that too. But lately I've been more focusing on playing games at work instead of watching anime out of my backlog. I'm pretty much just watching I just watch the stuff that I pick up during the season, and
Don't they like fix
every
that?
now and then, what?
Don't they fix the half part of Ranma half relatively quickly?
I have no idea. I've never watched it, but it still has a rabid fan base to this day, so there's got to be something good about it. And I kind of like watching old stuff like that, because whenever you get the people that like to argue about how old anime was, and
How
you
there's
get
no
to see
Eki in it.
you get to see how fucking wrong most of those people really are. The best is when you have a Gundam fan bitching about things like pointless bathing scenes and stuff like that, and Gundam invented the pointless bath scene.
Did it really?
1979 Gundam has multiple fucking bath scenes with full frontal nudity of both teenage girls and lolis, and like super young lolis. Like we're talking like 3-4-year-olds. There are multiple fucking bath scenes, and they are completely pointless. Also, whenever you see somebody talk about how Shinji Ikari is a unique character, they're full of shit, because Shinji Ikari is literally a carbon copy of Amuro Ray. The original, Universal Century Gundam is really good. Like, the whole saga of it all is pretty awesome. Like, it's totally worth watching the original Gundam is really like you can see like the animation is 70s anime is pretty fugly, but it's still a really good story. It's kind of long, but and then the sequel to it, Zeta Gundam, is awesome. That's probably one of the best ones. And then that one, that's 80s, so the animation is significantly better. And but like, if you really want to learn about roots of anime, 70s Gundam is where it's at. And any of the Go Nagai stuff like Cutie Honey or Devilman. I definitely want to check out Ranma Half one of these days, but trying to get caught up on some games here. I haven't even touched Neptunia U yet. Have you played that much?
A little bit.
How is it?
Decent. It's not horrible. It's a standard brawler.
Yeah, that's... Everyone said it's kind of like a... It's basically Senran Kagura with...
Yeah. That's a very apt description.
It's Senran Kagura with Neptunia characters.
Yes. I never felt as confined in a Senran Kagura. Like, there are very clearly arenas in this. Like, they feel like they're designed arenas.
Yeah, that's kind of what I got from when I watched the videos of it. I mean, I didn't have any major expectations for it, but I figured it'd be fun to kill time at work, and I'll always throw money at the neps.
Yeah, you gotta nep all the neps you can.
Shit, with all the extra hours that I'm getting from going into fucking work early, that's why I was like, yeah, I'm totally gonna grab up the Rebirth 3. That's the one I'm most excited for anyways, because that was the best one.
Well, it's also probably the one that they've least changed. It also didn't come out that long ago.
The changes are significant enough to warrant playing through them again. Rebirth 1 is a completely different game compared to the first. 2 is pretty much just an upgraded version of Mark II, but Mark II was a pretty good game. Mark II was actually one of the was pretty much the best one.
Except no,
V would have been the best, but they had that really broken scout system, and the Rebirth system is a variant of that fixes all the problems with the scout system. So that's why Rebirth 3 is going to be awesome. Rebirth 3 has like the best character, like Iris Heart alone makes the game. But the villains are really, really good too. Like Anani Death is great. And that one has Pishi.
Pishi?
Pishi is, she's basically the TurboGrafx 16. She's this little...
PC Engine.
Yep.
Fucking death!
She's a little lowly, but she transforms into, like, a fucking ridiculously gifted titty monster. Actually, her character was... You had her as one of the technical difficulties things on this stream for the longest time from the anime.
That sounds like something I would do.
But then there's Iris Heart, which is the alternate universe version of Nep. She's in her regular lowly form. She's got the voice of Miori from Steins Gate, but she sounds like she's stoned all the time. And she's like this somewhat easygoing, almost aloof stoner lowly. But when she transforms into a crazy, sadistic fucking titty monster. Her character is really hilarious. Like, she makes the game. Yeah, Death. Still killing. As expected, Death. The game theme's pretty hard, actually.
I want to sit there and be like, I don't remember this game being that hard, but all of my memories are like the New Game Plus playthroughs I did.
Yeah, there's that, and a lot of older games were harder than we remember.
Yeah, we were just accustomed to it.
Yeah. Older games weren't very nice.
Older. This game's only like 10 years old.
There's a difference though. Game design's changed a lot. Game design is so much more like
kiddie friendly now.
Yeah, like checkpoints. Checkpoints are so frequent in new games, like it's almost baffling to let, like when you play a older game, it's almost baffling to see how much repetition is in shit.
Yeah.
Like, dying almost has zero consequence in a lot of newer games.
Yeah.
Where older games, it's like, you feel it when you die.
Oh, yeah,
It's
you
like, oh.
No, dying was, like, a bad thing. As, you know, it would imply, right?
Yeah. Where now it's...
Everybody gets a trophy day.
Yeah, it really is. Shit, I remember Mega Man Zero. Holy fuck. That game hates you.
God, I remember when I was playing that and talking about how hard it was. You're like, it's not that fucking hard.
No, I forgot how hard that was.
Which Mega Man Zero?
The first one.
Oh,
The first one is definitely the hardest one.
Oh no!
The first one does shit where it's like you beat the boss and then it's like, oh, the fucking ceiling of the level dropped out and fucking killed me instantly. Because I didn't know that was gonna happen, so I'm gonna take a death and have to redo the whole fucking level.
No, the first one also does shit.
The first one had tons of that shit.
The first one
had time shit where it was like, oh, do this within this amount of time, where it's game over, fucking.
The first one did shit, oh god, what was, you beat the boss. Cool, you rescued the guy you were here to rescue. Now backtrack through the entire fucking level.
Yep, there was a lot of that. The second one had this grappling mechanic that was really awful. You had this thing that was like it was like a shitty version of the fucking thing from Bionic Commando, and they only made you use it like twice. But it was a fucking nightmare whenever you had to use it.
I don't even remember it.
That was bad, like, even with the easy mode on.
Oh, you finally,
we've had this conversation.
No, you never admitted to switching to easy mode.
Yes, I did.
Oh, that's so funny.
We totally had this whole conversation.
I didn't know you were such a bitch.
You were the one that suggested it.
Oh, yeah, I played through that entire fucking game on easy mode. The only thing I don't like about easy mode, I wish that there was, like...
There's no, like...
middle ground!
Yeah, it's
between, like...
full retard.
Yeah, easy mode is just, like, so...
It's like, easy mode is, here you have near infinite health, fucking, so nothing can kill you, all the spikes are cemented over, fucking...
Yup, all you have...
The only things that'll kill you are, like, the stupid cheap deaths are the only thing that'll kill you.
You have,
Towards the end, they just start taking away sub-tanks from you. Like, the last two games, they just don't give it. You have to go find the sub-tanks on your own.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, they only give you 2 instead of 4. And but the bosses are crazy enough to where, like the final boss in both of those games is, like, you kind of need your sub-tanks. So you at least have to go out of your way to get one.
Did you ever beat the ZX games?
I beat the first one. They're not that bad.
I didn't think they were difficult.
They're hard, but they're not that hard.
I didn't think it was like that. They were the difficulty is just like gameplay wise. I I don't think they're bad. It's just like I thought it was weird that they released like two of them, like and relatively quickly, and then like you never heard about them.
That was kind of when Capcom was
In a
getting
weird
done.
spot.
They were getting very done with Mega Man.
Well, and like in a few
They started getting really crazy with the one that's kind of like Pokemon, where there's like different versions of the same game.
Oh,
like,
they're still releasing that.
The Battlestar ones, like they got really
Battle
crazy.
Network.
Yeah, Battle Network. They got really crazy with those.
They're still releasing those.
The thing I like about ZX more than Zero is you can change around. The one thing that I can't stand about the Zero games is there's no way. The way they have dashing set up is really bad. Like, you can only have it on, like, one of the shoulder buttons or, like, the double tap forward. Like, you can't have it... You can't have the dash button next to your jump button like you could in Mega Man X. And that, like, fucks up, like, the way I play those games, like, really badly. Because, basically, I dash by, like, hitting those two buttons at almost the same time. And, like, I can, like, climb up walls and all kinds of... Like, I can do a lot of stuff that you're almost not even supposed to do by having the controls set up like that. Like, it's just easier to get secret items and stuff. And in Zero, you can't set that up.
I'm sure if you bought them on the Wii U, you probably could, but... Oh, did I tell you I beat X finally for the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you let I think I remember telling you that, but you never made a comment because you were so disappointed in me. I'd always gotten to the last form of Sigma, and you always just kicked my ass. Because it like that's like kind of when the game's like, yeah, we're done joking around.
Yeah, I got my ass kicked like this. Like, I played through Mega Man X so many times, like, I memorized the patterns of... I mean, I'd probably have to, like, relearn all that stuff if I were to play it again.
Aren't you supposed to be doing that?
Eventually.
You want to learn 6. You're a fucking sadist.
I know.
Dude, even people who like Mega Man 6 don't like Mega Man 6.
Nobody likes 5 or 6.
The 5 has its defenders. 5 isn't awful. Like, 5 you can kind of tell what they were going for. 5 was supposed to be a swan song. Like, it was supposed to be the end of the X series. That, like, the true ending was supposed to be Zero's death. Like, and that's what leads into, like, you can even see the crashed satellite next to you when you start Zero.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't end well for him either.
What, Zero?
Yeah.
No, it's supposed to be a fucking tragic story. Zero was never, like... I mean, he was fucking Wily's creation to rival Mega Man. He is the Sigma virus.
And he ends up just fighting dicks.
I mean, yeah. And Mega Man ends up killing himself. What's your point? Remember we had this conversation?
Yeah.
Isn't it like Mega Man X stays alive for... Does he live through the Zero series?
Well, he dies towards the last one. dies. Well, he's like
Isn't he kind of like
he's like
perennial?
one of them he's one of them cyber elf things or something like that. And like the Mega Man X that like the bad Mega Man X is just his body, and that's why it's evil. It's not even really Mega Man X. It's fucking a fake.
Yeah, and like he's been.
And even he is totally killed by the end of it.
Yeah, and like he's been in like a computer or some bullshit forever, right?
Yeah, he's like a cyber elf or some shit. And like he winds up like giving whatever he has to up to Zero, and then
Yeah, he was the one that gave you the sword in the first game, right?
you know, and he winds up like, I don't know, he like revives you or some bullshit so you can fight.
For humanity.
Yeah. Whose ultimate enemy is a human. That Dr. Weir or whatever the fuck his name was.
Is that who it ends up being?
Yeah, he was like he turned out being the worst villain of them all.
But totally not Dr. Wily.
I honestly kind of thought he was Dr. Wily because he sort of looks like he's like a Futurama head in a jar version of Dr. Wily.
Would you put it past Dr. Wily?
Nope. And like he kind of has like the similar crazed motivation.
Why are you doing this? 'Cause fuck you all!
Yep, that's pretty much what it is. It's like, I can. For science. You can kind of see how it all leads up to ZX.
Yeah, like ZX is sort of a utopia in the beginning. But there's like it's like this weird, like, there are issues going on in the background. Like,
it's like the fucking there was like an era of peace after what Zero did, and then Mavericks came back. Like robots went Maverick again, and there was this company that fucking basically everybody lives under this security company, the Slither company, and
yeah, but isn't Slither the one?
The Slither company turned out to be the bad guys because they started mining up shit, and that's when they found the biometals. And the biometals are basically all it's all the guys from fucking Mega Man Zero, essentially. It's basically their cyber elves or whatever, and you find out what cyber elves actually are.
What are cyber elves?
They're people.
Really?
Yeah, there's in ZX. There's a factory that literally kills people to turn them into cyber elves.
But how did X turn into a cyber elf then?
I hear you. Well, he was like a cyber elf, but
the cyber elves in Z seem so happy.
Well, yeah, they're not necessarily bad things, but they were making them. They were like mass producing them.
So are the cyber elves back as like equipables in ZX?
No, and ZX are more of a story kind of thing, because ZX goes back to like it goes back to the old Mega Man style shit where like you just find sub tanks and heart tanks, but there's like only 4 heart tanks. Actually, they're not even heart tanks. They're called Life Up. There's in the first one there's 4 sub tanks and 4 of those, but then you can get there's chips that you can get from subquests, and there's usable items. like you can buy usable items that do things like take care of status effects. Um, you can buy items that give you back health. You can eat food to get health back.
Well, yeah, because you're actually like a human in this.
Yeah, you are a human. You just have but you're a special human.
How are you a special human?
You're one of the Mega Men.
I want to reach over and slap you so hard right now.
That's the story.
I don't care!
There are some people that are genetically predisposed to use the biometal, and the bad guys call themselves the Mega Men. I know, that was pretty cringy, but that's what it is. Is Aria of Sorrow better than Dawn of Sorrow?
No, Dawn is the better game. Dawn is by far the better game.
I know I have one of these.
The DS or the Game Boy Advance one?
The Game Boy Advance. I have one of them.
You have this one.
And
Dawn.
unfortunately, it has a battery.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. The Metroids all have batteries, too. Which sucks. Those are like the only games on Game Boy Advance that use batteries. On Nintendo 64, the only games that use batteries are the Zelda games and a couple others. Nintendo 64 era was what started phasing battery backup save out.
Yeah, but that was like around the time that they started being like, oh, all of this shit that we used to like back shit up with batteries is not keeping a save file anymore.
Well, they knew that was going to happen.
That they like also didn't think that like people were still going to be playing those games probably.
The batteries last a long time. It's like 10, 15 years. Or longer. There are people that still have, like, Legends of Zeldas that still save.
Really?
On their original battery. Changing the battery isn't that hard.
It's supposedly, like, if you continually use it, it's not that bad, right? Like,
No, it's just the life of the battery itself. It's the same kind of battery that's on the motherboard of your PC.
Oh, it's just a CMOS battery.
Yeah, that's all it is. The ones inside of Game Boy Advance games are different, though. They're like these little tiny... I don't know what size battery it is. And I've taken apart all the games to check them out, and like there are different kinds of batteries, too. Like the one in the two Metroid games is different from the one that's in the Castlevania game that I have.
It's funny because I think I actually own this on Game Boy Advance. But I don't know where most of my Game Boy Advance games are.
I still have mine in a... I have a little box full of them. But unfortunately, most of the ones I want to play have batteries in it, so...
Fuck.
I mean, they might still save, but... The Game Boy player is... The Game Boy player itself is dirt cheap. The fucking disc
is
like...
50?
Yeah, like $50. And like it's like any other. The one thing that sucks about collecting disc-based games is like, good luck finding one that isn't fucking scratched to hell and back. Like even when you buy scratch-free, like it's kind of 50-50 what you get.
I've definitely thought about buying a Game Boy player.
I want to get one at some point down the road, but I also need like a spare controller for Nintendo 64, and
Yeah, but those aren't expensive at all.
yeah, they are.
What?
It's about $40 for one that isn't like completely fucked.
I thought they were...
Because they sell them based on how tight the stick is.
Since when have they been this expensive?
They're about $30 to $40 if you want one in good shape.
You used to be able to buy new ones for like $10.
Yep. Oh, you can buy like fucking stupid third market ones. And they all have like 2-star ratings on Amazon. People will be like, I can't even play certain games with it. They actually sell parts now to replace the sticks in Nintendo 64 controllers.
Really?
Yeah, you can take it apart and replace the stick yourself, but that seems to be mixed results.
Good luck.
None of them are, like, they're never quite the same. Yeah, I think once the speedrunning thing got really popular, like, retro games just, like, skyrocketed in price. The only thing that's still reasonably cheap is PlayStation 2. For whatever reason, PlayStation 2 games are you can still buy a lot of PlayStation 2 games new for very cheap. GameCube is ridiculously expensive. Like almost any game, unless it was something that was like super overproduced, is going to be pretty close to original retail price if you want one in decent shape. And it's still going to be 50-50 as to whether or not.
Didn't I just give you a Tales game?
Yep. And that Tales game is like $50-$60.
Yeah, I gave it to you because I had two. And I forgot that I had one. Yeah. You know how many friends I have that get pissed at me for doing that?
What? Having multiple you worked at a GameStop, though. Of course you can have multiple copies of shit.
Well, and like forgetting that I have copies of shit. And well, the thing is, like, you work at a GameStop and your collecting habit like gets bad.
Nintendo 64 games are kind of cheap. It depends, though. There are certain ones. Zelda's on any system at all are stupid expensive.
Really? Even like
Yep.
Super Nintendo?
I really haven't looked much into 16-bit stuff. I really don't want to get into that because a lot of that you can emulate pretty decently to where it's not an issue.
N64, the only issue is really...
And that was the battery backup era, so it's not really worth... Like, I have a Genesis collection for PlayStation 3, and that pretty much has anything that was worth playing on Genesis. I'm pretty happy with it. There's not really any need. And it's kind of this, like, Super Nintendo, just about anything that was really good on Super Nintendo has been remade on another system at some point.
Super Metroid.
You can get Super Metroid, I think, on everything.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have Super Metroid on Wii U. And I have Metroid Fusion on Wii U. They don't have Zero Mission, though, which sucks, because Zero Mission is fucking really good.
They have Zero Mission now.
Do they?
Yeah. I think that's recent, but they do.
Yeah, it must be. It's weird because, like...
The way that they release it...
I get the emails from Nintendo, and it's like... They always tell me about some of the stupidest shit, but never tell me about, like... Like, I'll get
the
an
shit that you want?
Yeah, like, I've probably gotten about 20 emails about Splatoon.
Yeah, I don't want Splatoon.
From what I'm gathering, is Splatoon is like, um, from what I've read, like not even on reviews, just from like what people are saying, is they're like Splatoon is fucking brilliant. Not enough content.
Really?
They're like the game has 4 fucking multiplayer maps, which is already kind of a spit in the face.
For a $50 game.
Yeah, and I guess there's going to be like free downloadable content.
Yeah,
Like,
they say that they're
stuff.
over doubling the game in like August.
Yeah, but the thing is everybody's like, if you're rating this as a $50 game, then, like it's, they're like, yeah, half the game hasn't been released. But
And you have to download the other half!
But the map problem is compounded even further because, the way the game's, like, there are certain game types, and each game type can only use 2 of the 4 maps. So, if you play a certain game type, you're only going to see 2 maps over and over again.
What?
Yeah. And I've heard this from, like, multiple places. Like, I read a review on Tech Raptor, and, you know, I've been hanging around. Like, I saw some stuff on 2 Flavors of V from 2 different chans, and elsewhere. Oddly enough, you'll see A talks about it quite a bit for whatever reason. I'm going to say Squid Lilies.
Yeah. Is there any doubt at all that that is exactly why they're talking about it?
No, not in the slightest. But yeah, the general consensus is like, yeah, this game's awesome. Where's the other half? So I was like, I guess it's a good thing that... Oh, I was going to get NEP anyways, because NEPs.
Neps can nep all the neps.
And it's multiplayer, so like if you're not going to get it, then it's like, Though if there's Ika Musamune crossover, maybe. Yeah, and then I just got an email for the new 3DS and Monster Hunter, and it's like, oh, thanks, Nintendo. Welcome to 6 months ago. I was in the fucking Adirondacks when Monster Hunter and new 3DS was a thing.
Yup. I was playing that in front of you.
I know, that's why I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I getting an email about this now? Like, I understand they have to mix it up because they've already emailed me about 50 times for Splatoon, but...
Oh, just be glad that you're not getting their fucking spam email about, like, how wonderful, fucking that cell phone company they merged with is.
I got, like, a email about that, like, when it first happened.
Oh, really? No,
Yeah.
they've emailed me, like, 30 fucking times about...
And I get, like, every now and then, like, my Wii U controller will actually light up to advertise.
Oh, I actually turned that off because it...
You know, I thought I did, but it, like, cropped back up for some reason.
Oh, that's funny. It turned itself back on.
Yeah, because just the other day, like, I saw something light up behind me, and I looked, and it was an ad for Splatoon. And I'm like, God damn it! I thought I turned that off. I had one pop up not too long ago for like, I want to say Kirby's Epic Yarn or something too, which I kind of want to play, but
anything that has amiibo functionality at this point, I'm just like, I don't care. I don't want to play it. I'm so pissed at them about the way they've handled amiibos.
It's funny because I told you that amiibos were going to be a painful path of regret for you.
I still like them, and I would buy every single amiibo if they fucking existed, but I refuse to fucking, like, I fucking refuse to go on eBay and pay like $50 for those things. I'm just not fucking doing it.
I told you this would happen.
Hey Stark, shut the fuck up. No one likes to be told I told you so. But yeah,
you've been doing this to me the entire stream.
Shut the fuck up, Stark. But yeah, you were totally absolutely right. Yeah, I'm really.
That's why I knew. I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, they're really fucking cool, but
I think it's a neat idea, and it was a good business decision from it. But it's a Nintendo thing. Like everything Nintendo does becomes It's bafflingly they have like some kind of baffling misstep with it every fucking time they do something good.
Like they're selling out. And, like, Nintendo's like, oh, we think we're printing enough. And it's like, really? Because they sell out day one everywhere, except for, like, the fucking, like, ones that you won't stop making more of.
You know what everybody wants? More Mario and Luigi.
Dude! Literally, all that's left is, like, Mario,
Luigi, Princess, and Donkey Kong. Those are the ones I always see.
Nope, Donkey Kong's kind of hard to find now.
Oh, is he?
Yup.
And Pikachu. I see a lot of Pikachu.
Pikachu's relatively common. Normally shit from, like, Wave 1 and Wave 2 is...
I see a lot of Bowsers.
Yup. Ton of Bowsers.
Bowsers.
You get a ton of Bowsers.
For whatever reason, Sheik.
Yup, Sheik. Mega Man's pretty common now.
I've never seen the Mega Man one.
Mega Man, Sonic is relatively common.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Yo, dude, it's.
Granted, I haven't been to a GameStop in a while either.
Oh yeah.
I've had zero reason to go. Like every fucking game I've.
Pac-Man is now common, but he just came out. Pac-Man just came out. But he's everywhere! No one fucking wants Pac-Man!
Yeah, who would?
They're like, hey, you know what everyone likes playing in Smash Brothers? Pac-Man. You know who no one likes to play in Pac-Man? Marth. Don't make any Marth figures, everyone. Doesn't everyone play as Marth? No! No! If there's a Marth figure, I want you to remelt it and make me another Pac-Man!
Yeah, that's amiibos. Like, they're not... I knew not to even touch that.
Yeah, you were smart.
I guess the amiibos are really nice for, people like whatever amiibos do for Splatoon, people are pretty happy with.
They do something for Splatoon?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but... And I think there's only 2 of them.
3.
The boy, there's like the boy and the girl.
There's 3 of them. But to get the third one, you have to buy the 3-pack. And it didn't seem super hard to get, so...
Yeah, that was half the reason people were talking it up, is because they're like, they're not hard to find.
You can actually buy these!
These amiibos are good because you can own them.
And they do something! Like, the Smash Brothers amiibos are actually... Like, when they work, they're fun! Because it's like, Pokemon that you can fucking train. I mean...
Yeah, I kind of assume that with Splatoon it must have something to do with your online profile or whatever.
Like,
I mean, how that enhances your experience compared to not having one, I have no fucking idea, but...
Yeah. And Nintendo refuses to implement anything that, like, is going to, like, remove functionality from people who don't have it. So, the functionality that you'll ever get in Amiibo is going to be limited.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm kind of curious as to what Nintendo's got for the rest of the year. There's not really much talk about. Well, I guess E3 we'll figure out.
Zelda got delayed until next year. It was supposed to be this Christmas.
And Zeldas are hit and miss.
Yep.
People seem to really hate the Skyward Sword one.
Yup. Yeah, they do. They really fucking hate the Skyward Sword one.
Which is weird because it looks cool.
But... the tutorial, it never stops being a tutorial.
Yeah, I've sort of noticed that.
Do you remember when I was raging about Mario?
It has some really radical deviations in gameplay, too.
You have to use the Wiimote.
Yeah, like, there's the whole flying thing, there's one part where it's like you're riding on a cart, like a Donkey Kong level. There's a lot of crazy shit in it.
Yeah. I wanted to play Skyward Sword. It's funny because someone actually... It was actually Patrick Klepek, so now I don't know how much I trust the opinion. He said it was the best Zelda he'd ever played.
Yeah. Even the people that run Skyward Sword seem to bitch about it, though, so I don't know. I know it seems to be one of the least... Like, there's a lot of people... Like, there seems to be more people that bitch about that versus the people that bitch about, like, Majora's Mask. And Majora's Mask seems about 50-50 for, like, fan base / hate base.
Yeah, Majora's Mask, it's either your favorite or, like, you fucking hate it.
And then, what's another one that people hate? Oh, the one that was on GameCube there.
Wind Waker.
Yeah, Wind Waker. A lot of people hated that one, myself included.
Really? You don't like Zelda?
It wouldn't even be... Well, like, granted, the art style was pretty weird.
I like the art style.
But you can, once you get used to it, you can, it's not so bad. But the fucking sailing around, holy fuck.
It makes the game feel so empty. Like, that game does not feel like it has anything in it.
Yeah, the sailing around was fucking terrible. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that.
It's kind of funny, because I remember when that game came out and, like, everyone was defending it, and I'm like, I don't know, the sailing...
It definitely has, like, a very small vocal fan base.
I was just like... Well,
there are people that'll defend it to death. The people that run it really, really love it. They always complain about how it's the Zelda that got an unfair hand.
You know what Zelda...
There's one guy that ran it at AGDQ this year that was like... His entire run was him bitching about how people hate it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, except the runs of that game are all glitched runs.
Yeah, like... There was one point where he was defending the sailing, and he's doing all these glitches to skip the sailing.
Because the sailing's so fucking boring and time-consuming.
Yeah, it's like, well, dude... What do you expect? Like, you could tell he just had that really butthurt fanboy thing going for him, but I was like, whatever. He was good at it. His run was good, so whatever.
I think the dungeon design is great. I think that, aside from the sailing, it's a fantastic Zelda game. You know what I think is a great Zelda game? Twilight Princess.
Yeah, people seem to really like that one. I never got to play it.
No one likes it. I've
Really?
never spoken to another human being that has played it that is like that is.
I had
really
a coworker up north that really, really liked it. He had it for GameCube, which is stupid rare and expensive.
Yeah, even when it came out, it was hard to find.
The Wii one is actually really rare and expensive now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. No, I knew someone who bought the GameCube one because he knew how rare that was going to be. Because I think
I was going to, but it was during a period of time when I was fucking broke as fuck.
A friend of mine bought it because he was like, dude, GameStop got 2 of these in. And he's like, and
it was also right at the end of the life of
GameCube, yeah.
Yeah, and I wound up. Oh, that was a really bad time because I was that was when I had to switch between apartments and got slammed with ridiculous heating bills. I wound up with two $1,600 propane bills to freeze my nuts off and have frozen pipes. And as soon as those, we had there were 3 roommates involved at that period of time, and 2 of them up and left as soon as those bills popped up. Oh, moving out, not my problem anymore.
Wouldn't you? Can you blame them?
Oh, well, yeah, I moved out too. I told the landlord, I was like, dude, you either fucking put me in a different apartment or I'm fucking suing you. And I actually like that apartment quite a bit.
Yeah, except for the
one that the one he put me in after, not that one. That one I hated, but the one he put me in after was good. But my roommate at the time did not adapt to it very well.
Well, he was only there for a couple of months, wasn't he?
He lived there for about well, he made it bad though, because what he did was he moved in. We lived there for 6 months, and he wasn't really coping well with it. And then he had he literally dated a girl once, and then she moved in, and this was not a big enough apartment to really sustain that. As is the 2 of us was really pushing it. When he moved out, it was fucking amazing. I loved it. And then I took on another roommate that was somebody that was just desperate, and it was okay for a few months, but he was kind of dirty, and whenever it came time for rent, he'd be like, but I just paid that last month, and I was like, yeah, rent is kind of a monthly thing.
I just paid that last month. Did he really say that?
Yeah, and he would get seriously, he would pay, but he'd get really mad and act like I was fucking him. And I'm like, yeah, no, rent, you pay it
once a month.
Yeah.
Just like electric.
And then he stayed, he didn't pay me at the beginning of his last month, and then right before he moved out, I was like, yeah, you still owe me rent for this month. And he was like, but I'm moving out. And I was like, you still stayed here for the month. You were here all fucking month, and it was like that every time. So I wound up throwing him out, and then he got even more mad about that because I was I was like, dude, I'm gonna give you 2 more months. I'll give you 2 months to find. I don't even have to give you that. I can give you 30 days. I was like, I'm gonna give you 2 months to find another place. And it shouldn't have been a big deal for him because he made more money than I did. So it was
yeah, he could have gone to the apartment next door.
And that's what I said. What was really crazy is they even had a smaller unit that was designed for a single person that was half rent. So he could have literally had a place all to his own in the same fucking building. I was like, dude, talk to the landlord. Like, the only difference is, like, you're gonna have to give him a security deposit. And, like, you could even, like, make payments on security deposit. Like, the dude was pretty easy going. I was like, you can have, like, your own apartment all to yourself for the same price that you're paying me to stay here. And he wound up throwing a fit, and, like, he wound up staying at, like, his parents' vacation house until he got thrown out of that.
His parents threw him out.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be there. Like, that was their vacation house that they lock up and winterize. And, like, but he had the keys to it, so he just decided to move in it and live in it.
In the winter?
No, it was summer. But, like, the place had, like, no, like, he had to get the power turned on and all that shit.
Oh, yeah, like, they're not going to notice that.
And they did, and that's why he wound up getting kicked out. Like, a few months down the road, like, they noticed they were getting water and power bills.
Wait, he wasn't paying the water or power bill?
Yeah, he, like, just turned all the shit on and started using it, hoping nobody would notice.
What?!
And he even told them that he was still living with me, because they were calling me up and being like,
Do I know who this was?
Ian?
We went to high school with?
He was younger. Theo's brother.
Really?
He has a kid with, one of Ashley's sisters. He wasn't really too bad a guy or anything. It was just... He was kind of dirty, and he always bitched about rent. He always came up with the rent, but he bitched.
Yeah,
and I was just... And I was like... And the only reason I really had him there... Like, I didn't need a roommate or anything, because I was
You were just doing a favor.
Yeah, like, I was kind of doing a favor and making some extra money, you know what I'm saying? Because it was like, it's, you know, like, I get half off on my rent, basically. So it's more pocket money. Like... And then I was like, I'll just live by myself.
So he just fucking turned everything on and was like, I'm living for free now.
Yeah, well, for a few months anyways. And then the only time I had a roommate after that was, in that apartment at least, was I had to live in girlfriend for like a few days.
Oh, I thought that was at the house.
No. No, that was long said and done once before.
See, in the house, I was like...
The house was like a lot of people there, but actually the only person that was really, really obnoxious was
that one guy's girlfriend.
Yeah. That was the only one
See,
that was obnoxious.
The live-in girlfriend...
And like, she didn't pay rent. She fucking bitched about everything. She was the worst.
Dude, I met her a handful of times and I wanted to kill her.
Yeah, she was a nightmare to deal with. But everyone else was... That was a pretty awesome setup for the longest time.
Didn't she get, like, spend, like, $100,000 on, like, a degree or something?
A degree in hospitality.
And which she promptly didn't use?
Yeah, she's like fucking waitress or something. Actually, I don't even think I don't think she does anything now.
How are those student loan payments going for her?
I don't know. She has a kid now.
Oh, yeah, I can't expect her to work.
Yeah, so...
But, you know, she's...
Like, I never went over what his job is now. But they're married, they have a kid together. I mean, he seems pretty happy for the most part, so...
I see him online all the time. On
Yeah,
Steam.
he's on Steam all the time. He's got a new PC, and... He's doing really good. I talked to him Christmas Day, actually.
Really well, Stark. Really well, okay? Superman does good. You do well.
I mean, he seems... Seems happy. I don't know. I don't get it.
What do you mean?
I don't get what you're on about.
Grammatical. You said he does really. He's doing really good. He's doing really well. Superman does good. You do well.
No one cares, Dan. No one cares.
No, just the fact that like you just keep talking. It's like it's just hysterical to me because it's like your attempt to be like, all right, anyway, continuing on the conversation. Past Dan's insane thing.
Yes, and we know this. We know what you spent your student loan on.
Hey! I'm very successful tech guy.
You're a very successful person in a completely unrelated field.
Completely unrelated field. I'll have you know, everyone in my field doesn't have a degree in it. So I'm pretty sure to end up in the tech field, you need to go into another field first.
Well, no, there's a lot of people that get computer science and that kind of shit.
Yeah, and then they're terrible at it. All of the student workers we have that are like
You know what was really interesting is I was in a thread somewhere and somebody was talking about, he was like a comp sci grad, and he was talking up about how proud he was to do this project where he used some kind of fucking ridiculous to figure out the size of monitors to fit in this confined space for a setup that he was doing for a contract. He had this really, really elaborate calculus type fucking thing. I haven't really done any advanced math outside of high school, so it was beyond me. But it was hilarious because it was this super complicated mathematical fucking thing that he was bragging about, and I was like,
ruler?
Or you could have just used measuring tape. And, like, everybody laughed their asses off at the guy, and he got really mad and fucking all pissed off trying to justify it, and I was like, well, why did you sit there for 10 minutes doing this crazy math problem when you could have just, like, picked up measuring tape and been like, oh, here's the size of the monitor that fits?
That's what we do.
It made no sense to me. Like, the guy was trying to... I was like, you're not smart. You just went and found the most complicated way of, like, doing a simple task. And on top of that, like, you ran the risk of still being wrong because you're just sitting there plugging in numbers from God knows where. Like,
yeah, I was going to say, where did
you remember the oldest saying in the book is, like, measure twice, cut once.
I was going to say, like, where the fuck did he even get the numbers from?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, why in the fuck did you, like, you went through such a roundabout method of figuring this out, and all you had to do was, like...
Measure!
Like, it's literally, like, 5 seconds worth of work.
Also, you're not going to know until you physically have the monitor anyway because of the casing on it. Asshole.
Yeah, and the bezel and all that shit.
So yeah, cool story, bro.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know. I don't think that really makes you smart as much as you just learn this thing. You just learned that mathematical formula and had to fucking find a use for it.
No, not only that, Stark, he had to brag about it.
I used to get so mad at that kind of shit because they used to have similar problems to that when I was in college. I remember there was a thing for, like, figuring out the maximum distance of the maximum area of a field, and, like, we did this crazy shit on a fucking graphing calculator and all this other crap, and I was like, don't they just take, like, one of those measuring wheels, go around, and then, like, okay, this is fucking 3 acres by 6 acres, so I have this much, like, it's basic multiplication and stuff like that. There's no... I highly doubt a farmer pulled out his TI-83 and fucking started going after sin, cos, and tan and all that bullshit. Needless to say, they didn't like me in that class. I couldn't stand that math class because it was calculator operation 101.
They did not call it that.
No, it wasn't called that. It was like fucking. It was like I can't remember, like calculus or some shit. I passed it, but it was all you did. All it was a giant tutorial on how to use this stupid fucking calculator they made you buy.
Well, yeah, that sounds about right.
That's all it was. Like, it's like, why am I even in this? Like, okay, like you're literally just. This is an entire class based on take out your calculator and do it. Really? And it was always like this complete ass backwards, like the how you would actually like find the answer to that question in real life versus like what you were doing with the calculator was like two different things. I was like, yeah, no, you would never do that in real life. Like I just felt like the entire club, like yeah, I'm sure that math has some kind of practical purpose in like
Not in the examples they're using.
yeah, you know, like some kind of advanced physics or some kind of crazy statistical calculation or something like that, not plotting how much space you have to throw fucking corn around.
Or you want to know even the better answer, Stark? It's the real answer is the proof to know that you did it right.
Yeah. I could get that, but still, it's, I don't know. It was really, to me, it was like, and now we're going to justify making you spend $150 on the TI-83 calculator. I got the little ROM hack for it and put Tetris on mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had Tetris and like this kind of like R-type ripoff, and
Oh, I put Doom on mine.
yeah, I didn't have the one that I had the cheap one. You had to have the one with more like the TI-83 Plus to do Doom because it had a little bit more RAM.
Yeah, it was cool. I know, Stark, it's okay, you can be jealous.
I sold the calculator, and I'm pretty sure I bought like a really nice bag of weed with it, so I was happy with the results.
Can you show me a proof? Can you show me mathematically your proof?
Calculate the value.
Show me your work
Calculate the value
of your calculator to weed.
And according to these calculations, the answer is get crunk.
Oh, hell yeah!
By these calculations, these are dank nuggets. Yeah, that was about the use that I got out of it. That was my real life application for the usage of a TI-83.
Was that the most?
Is to sell it to another college student for a bag of weed.
Was that the most mathematically high you'd ever gotten?
Statistics show it was the better choice to make for It's just like when they're like, oh, you should keep this textbook in case, even though you're done with the class. And it's like, yeah, or I could trade it in at the trade-in booth that's literally outside of here and get myself some dank nuggets on the way home. Guess what I'm doing?
See, the funny thing is, even when I smoked pot, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna trade this for a video game.
Yeah, I did that too, but...
Sometimes it was a video game and pot, though. Those were the good textbooks.
Oh yeah, your science books will get you that.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, Biology 101, that motherfucker got me like 2 games. Big old fat sack of weed, probably a 30-pack too.
You weren't 21 then.
That didn't stop anybody.
I didn't really think you drank until you were 21.
No, you're right, I didn't.
We certainly smoked a lot of fucking pot, though.
Cigarettes still.
Yeah, that's probably where that went instead of the fucking weed.
Yeah,
Or the
carton cigarettes, because you could buy a carton back then without getting raped.
Yeah, it wasn't fucking like a car payment for a carton of cigarettes.
Yeah, it's kind of funny with all the craziness at work. One of my coworkers started picking up smoking again. I was like, "Oh, that's going to end poorly for you." I was like, "How long has it been since you smoked?" And she's like, "Oh, it's been a long time. Wow, they sure are expensive." I was like, "Yeah, if you get back into a pack a day, you're literally going to go bankrupt." Like, you're going to spend like a third of a week's pay on fucking cigarettes. And she's got a kid and a bunch of other shit too. She's like having like some kind of weird midlife crisis kind of thing. 'Cause her husband's like working himself to death and is never home and doesn't pay attention to her, and I actually made her cry by getting up, by not paying attention to her and going to the bathroom.
How? That's just a you thing to do, though.
She was like kind of pouring her heart out to me, and I'm sorry, I don't care. It's nothing personal, but she's a fucking coworker, like, why would I care?
That's just like a start, like...
Yeah, that's, I just don't. If you're expecting me to give a fuck, you went to the wrong person. And like she would just spilled her guts to me about like everything in her whole life that's bothered me, and it's like, I'm towards the end of my shift. I want to get the fuck out. Like, I'm already mentally checking out of the place, and like this was like not the thing. To be fair, I think almost, unless you were like trying to white knight her or get laid or something, like no one would be like going out of their way to listen. And like, I was actually bullshitting with you. I'm pretty sure that was one of the mornings where it was just me and you sending images of Hestia to each other. So I probably had like a stupid grin on my face the entire time on top of that, so I seemed that much more heartless and disconnected.
You're heartless and disconnected to begin with.
Well, yeah, but like,
More so than normal.
So it's like I'm emailing back and forth with you, and then at one point I was like, yeah, she's just going like a million miles a second. So I like, even if I was paying attention, I'd barely be able to keep up. And I was like, oh, hold on to that thought. I gotta pee really bad. And she got really bad and got all like teary-eyed. Well, I guess I'll just go downstairs then. And I'm like,
okay.
Yeah, like, oh, I was pissing at that point. Like the door was closed and I was literally letting it rip. So I'm like, was I supposed to? What do you want me to do? Fucking stop it up and be like, no, don't go. Like, stop it up, zip up my pants real quick, and run back out. No, please don't leave. Like, I don't care. I'm here for 10 more minutes.
You're an asshole.
Why? I had to piss. Like, what the fuck?
I understand, and I'm not blaming you, but I'm just saying you're a fucking asshole. And you're not wrong, but you're still an ass.
I'm sorry, but taking a piss and sending Hestia pictures is far more important than helping this bitch start an affair.
Wait, she's starting in a... never mind.
It kind of felt like she wanted...
What, she wanted to fuck you?
She either wanted, like... I think she either wants that or she wants the friends with no benefits thing. Like, she wanted one of those roles out of me, and like, you know, I have zero fucks either way. Like, I'm not the one that's going to nurture either one of those.
Yeah.
I'm not sticking it in any coworkers, period, because I already know that's nothing but trouble in the making. Especially one with, like, a fuck ton of emotional baggage and kids. It's like, oh, wow. Way to make yourself completely undesirable.
I have a family and children, but you should totally have sex with me.
Yeah,
You're
so,
heartless bastards.
yeah, and I just don't care. Like,
how dare you not ruin my family?
She was going off on, like, that. She was going off on, like, she had a friend that, like, she got into a fight with that moved away, and, like, you know, like, she either wanted, like, the shoulder to cry on and, like, something to add to it, or, like, something even worse, like building up to an affair. And I was like, yeah, either way, I'm not. No.
Gotta go!
I literally come to this place to get paid to fucking play video games and watch anime on my phone. I have no care for any of this shit. Yeah, it was funny because when I was taking a whiz and she was like, I'm just gonna go downstairs, all I could think of was that scene from Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory where he's like, oh no, don't, please stop.
No, please, no. He tried his hardest, Stark. And I'm sure you did too, buddy. I'm sure you did too.
Yeah, I didn't. I was just like, I don't. If anything, I'd like, sweet. That was getting kind of annoying and awkward. Her husband is also a brony and a Whovian, so.
There's nothing wrong with being a Whovian.
Actually, he's told me himself that he's kind of nonplussed with Doctor Who lately.
Everyone is. The new guy is not good.
Yeah, he's been complaining about it. I think the brony stuff was more of a phase with him because he hasn't really been on about that very much. He has some kind of other new interest. I can't even remember what the fuck it was. It was something weird and awkward, though.
Weird and awkward. You know, something you wouldn't admit to, like, a almost stranger. Like
That's all of his conversations, though, are like he's literally like, do you like this? No. Oh, well, here we go. I'm going to talk about it for the entire fucking shift. Oh, awesome.
This is... I'm so happy I came into work right now.
You want to work in the other apartment, buddy? It's pretty cool, but there's nothing to do in there. I know, isn't that great? And you don't get to be near me.
I'll be right back. I have to pee.
Yeah, I have to too. I'll be back.
And I'm back. Nope, fuck that up. Well, you found a pill bottle of something.
Excedrin PM.
You gotta knock yourself out soon, huh?
Well, it'll take a while to kick in.
You know, it's a fun game. You take a couple of those and see if you can jerk off before it takes effect. You know what the best part is? You always can.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to have a fetish for.
That's it from the 40-year-old virgin.
Really? It's been a while since I've seen that.
Joe Rogan said it.
Yeah, I don't even really know what that'd do for you.
I think it's just taking some...
It's like I'm jerking off and I'm groggy.
It's just like, I don't know, going to sleep, I guess?
It's like the people that need to have the stranger.
Need to?
Yeah, you've never heard of people that do the stranger?
I've heard of them doing it. I've never heard of someone being like, I can't jerk off unless my arm's numb.
Yeah, some people...
Isn't it, like, super bad to, like, make your arm go to sleep that often, though?
Probably. To be honest, I don't know how you'd...
Doesn't it, like, cause blood clots if you do it too much?
Well, there's that, and...
Or is that, like,
I don't know what kind of degree of control you're gonna... I don't know, it just seems...
When your arm goes to sleep, is it just like a wacky water renewal?
I don't even really know how you get it to work, to be honest, because...
Do you just, like,
I gotta wait for my arm to wake up when, like, if I sleep on my arm and then, like, it's numb like that, like, I've gotta wait for, like, my arm to wake up just so I can, like, pick up my fucking glasses, you know?
How much control do you lose over your arm?
Well, no, it's just, it's fucking numb, man. You can't tell what you're doing with it.
I kind of can.
Well, you can, but without tactile sensation, it's, you know, hard to fucking judge, like...
It's not that hard.
I don't fucking know, man. What do you want? It just doesn't feel right to fucking pick shit up with a fucking numb hand.
Well, that's the point, Stark. That would be the point. That's why these perverts are doing it.
I don't get it. Why can't they just have a normal fetish like urethral insertion?
Oh, yeah!
I don't even like that one. I just like to bring it up whenever I want to. When somebody's like, I'm a real freak. Oh, yeah?
You know what I like to do? Take sharp objects and put them upside my dick.
Hey, they're not necessarily sharp.
Oh, mine are. Gotta be sharp, Stark. The sharper, the better. I gotta feel it.
That's more of a... You're getting into Goro with that.
Oh, yeah, I love that guy with 4 arms.
Sure.
From Mortal Kombat?
Huh?
From Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They love doing that.
What?
Being like, here's a boss you fought that not long ago. Look how powerful you've become.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought, well, I don't know, maybe you died or something.
And went back in time 2 hours?
No, you fought that guy not too long ago.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw you fighting him when I was complaining about my coworker looking for Strange.
Which time?
Before we peed.
Yeah, I'm just saying your coworkers seem to look for a lot of Strange.
That one usually doesn't. That's a new thing. There's another one that's always cheating on the boyfriend. That one has a specific race-based fetish.
Yeah, but she has like a white boyfriend, right?
Yeah, I know the irony, right? It was a literal cuck. I mean, there's just no way that he doesn't know. It's hard to keep things like that secret when you tell everyone.
Dude, I know, and I don't even know who the fuck she is. Didn't she want to, like, fuck you for a while?
I think she attempted to, and like the coworkers were like trying to like,
Dan? We never see Dan with anyone.
Let's just throw this one at his way. And I was like, yeah, no. I don't need to eat out of the garbage, thank you.
I have fetishes. That's not one of them.
It's like when one of my bosses was like, oh, well, you shouldn't complain about overtime because you're single. And it's like, yeah, that means I actually enjoy going home.
Hey,
she didn't like that.
I love my wife.
Yeah, but there's a lot of married people that would have been like, haha, that's pretty witty.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, they didn't like that answer, though.
No, because it meant you stood up for yourself.
Yeah, that was pretty much why they got mad about it.
What, he's not taking something I'm saying as gospel? How fucking dare he?
Well, at least you seem to do some pretty decent damage with that.
Yeah.
don't think you took the middle path.
Uh, no, I did. I came from that way. That's why I keep looking at the map.
Oh.
So, you still haven't beat Moe Chronicles yet?
No.
Is it long, or is it you just taking your time?
There's been some nights at work that I would normally be playing it on.
Oh, because you have to jerk off the console.
And no, it's not even that. It's there was actually a shift where I wound up being completely out of it because I got a super crazy allergic reaction to inhaling Metamucil dust. Yeah, I inhaled it and basically I was pretty much on the verge of going into anaphylactic shock for an entire day. I had to keep dosing on, just to keep my airway open, I had to keep taking I should have went to the hospital for it, but I'd rather die than go to the fucking hospital.
By the way, how the fuck are you allergic to Metamucil?
I don't fucking know. And it's funny, too, because I remember, my doctor had me taking it, and I stopped taking it because it would make me randomly barf. I chug a glass, and then an hour later, my mouth would start salivating like crazy, and I'd barf. And it kept happening and happening, and then I just stopped taking it. I didn't even think anything of it. I thought, oh, maybe it just tears up my stomach or something. But it turns out I'm fucking horrifyingly allergic to it, and that's why I was barfing from it. Because I inhaled the dust, and it almost killed me. But anyways, I had to keep taking Benadryl. And Benadryl makes you drowsy as fuck. They actually sell Benadryl as a fucking sleeping med.
Do they really?
Yeah. ZZZ Quill, which is, and Unisom sleep gels are actually Benadryl. It's the same exact thing as Benadryl.
Huh.
Yeah. Which is why I have Target brand, whatever Target's generic brand. I alternate between that and original formula Unisom to avoid getting a tolerance. Because that's the bliss of working overnights, is sleeping during the fucking day. So I had it on hand. There was Benadryl at work that I took because they have stock medications.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, you can totally tip into the stock. They don't care.
Well, it was, probably especially in situations like that.
Yeah, they would probably rather have me not die. So yeah, I took, and then when I was at home, but that wiped me out for 2 days solid. I had, I don't know if it was the hangover of just having to dose that heavily on Benadryl for a full day, or
it was probably
just
your
the physical exertion of having that bad of a reaction. But I was I felt like shit for 2 solid days where I was barely awake. And, needless to say, I did not do anything at all at work. There was one night, I didn't do anything. I literally went in and was well, this place is clean enough. I'm gonna kind of kick back on the couch and make time go away. What the fuck was that?
A snoring sound. It was me imitating you snoring.
Oh, well, it sounded all muffled and everything, so I thought it was like the sound effect of something else. Yeah, that was pretty much what happened. Like, I couldn't even fight it. But, like, essentially what it is like, I should have called in, but I can't. Because I even told my manager that morning, I was like, I'm having a really serious allergic reaction right now, so I really don't want to come in tonight. She was like, I'm not working your shift, you have to come in. It's like, okay.
I don't think they are allowed to do
When
that.
I come in tonight, I'm locking the fucking doors, so don't bother checking up on me.
I don't think they're legally allowed to do that if you're actually sick, though.
I'd have to go get a doctor's note. And that would mean going to Samaritan at 9 a.m. after it's been warm out and the city of Troy has been in party mode. So I'm literally going to be in the ER with drunks, car accident victims, and like fucking overdoses. Waiting for hours and hours and hours to get a note that's like, yep, take Benadryl. You can have the night off. That'll be $300. And your deductible's so insane you're paying that. So I just
What is your deductible?
$1,800.
Holy fuck!
Yeah. Before Obamacare passed, my health insurance had no premium. It was 100% paid for by the employer. My copay was $30 for the doctor, $100 for the ER. And I had a $100 deductible. After Obamacare, now I have the crazy $1,800 deductible. My copay for a doctor's visit is $100, which is hilarious because most doctors only charge like $150 for like a routine visit anyways. And ER is $500 copay. Which is also hilarious because I've had ER bills that are less than $300.
How did your workplace think this was in any way appropriate?
Because it was either that or we pay fucking even more for health insurance. Like, our premium would be really crazy. And they don't pay us jack shit, so they know they can't stick us with it. So, like, we have the worst possible insurance you can get. Oh, they brought this guy back. He was creepy. Oh, what a terrible. That's pretty mean. Thing literally cornered you. Well, they made this guy a lot more dangerous.
It was kind of a joke in the previous games. Speedrunners take them out in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, because they've probably got like some ridiculous weapon or series of items that fucking do something.
Well, there's some making progress.
Yeah, word had is that too, that our health insurance is supposed to be even shittier next year.
How is that possible?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were thinking. A lot of us to the point are like, man, that'd be nice. Well, I'd arguably skip the health insurance. I dropped the dental because that was like the premium for that was more than my health insurance. It was like $40 a paycheck for dental. And I was like, yeah, no. I'll get drunk and take pliers to my mouth. I refuse to go to the dentist anyway, so.
Yeah, I haven't been to the dentist in a while. I chipped a tooth. I have to go soon. I'm not looking forward to it.
I have a tooth that's half gone. I just eat really carefully to avoid it. And there's some things I can't enjoy anymore, but
Like life.
I pretty much can't have like ice pops or anything like that anymore.
What's the reason for living?
It's either that.
I love that I asked that question and your response is,
Well, it's like a whole mess of, like, first off and foremost, like, if I had it pulled, like, there's no way I'm going to tolerate traditional dentistry, so I'd have to go to one of them places that fucking knocks you the fuck out. And even if I didn't go to the place that like, no matter what, like, even if I don't go to a place that knocks you out, it's like, I'm going to be drugged heavily enough to where, like, I'm not going to be allowed to leave. And it's one of them deals where they're like, oh, have one of your family come and pick you up. And it's like, oh, you mean the fucking no one?
well, it would beat me.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to take a day off of work because I have a medical problem.
Well, no, I mean, I would come and pick you up. It's fine, Stark.
Like, that just doesn't seem reasonable. And they don't let you go in a cab.
What? Why?
Because you're disoriented. Yeah, it's retarded.
Why don't they just have you write on a note, like, where you live?
I don't know. It seems like there'd be a better way to... And that's like, I think it's like almost like a state or federal law thing. Because it's even on like the paperwork for like our guys whenever they get sedated.
Yeah, I can come pick you up if you need to, Stark. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm still probably not going to get that done.
I know, I'm just saying, you fat
It sounds
fucker.
like the shit that like happens when you get caught in Vietnam.
Alright, well, fair enough.
The Viet Cong caught you and they're going to literally take a drill to your fucking mouth. Are you fucking serious? And expect you to be awake for the fucking pleasure. Oh, don't worry, I'll take away the pain by jamming a giant fucking needle in your mouth. Yeah, brilliant. Dentists are literally the dicks of medicine. One of these days I will have to suck it up and get rid of that thing, though. It's pretty annoying. I was kind of just hoping that it was gonna, like, the rest of it would just sort of fall out on its own.
Hasn't happened.
No. Little pieces here and there will come, but it kind of makes me mad. So I'm like, okay, like, obviously you're fucked. Like, there's no coming back from this, so why not just fall out? Like, I know they do fall out on their own. Old people are missing their teeth because of it. Like, the whole fucking top of it is gone. It's literally just the bottom of a tooth. With some red shit in the middle that hurts a lot if I get food in it.
Just make this sound more and more enjoyable the longer you go on about it.
It is kind of annoying.
What, you talking about it?
Butterfingers. There's something I can't have anymore. I found that out the other day.
Oh god, just kill yourself. Just fucking put a shotgun in your mouth.
And I was like, oh wow, that hurts a fucking lot.
Oh my god. But Butterfingers are like the reason to live.
Yeah, I know. I love Butterfingers. Even worse, it's the only thing I like out of the vending machine down there, because it's like either that or like a Mars bar. And I'm like, what the fuck is a Mars bar? Who gives a fuck about those anymore?
What the fuck is a Mars bar?
It's like fucking nougat, which is like foamed up chocolate.
I like how
It's like a Snickers without the fucking without the peanuts. Is basically what a Mars bar is.
I like how you pronounce nougat as well.
Nougat. You like that? Sophisticated.
Yeah. I feel like I should have a monocle talking to you.
But yeah, it's a pretty shitty thing.
Yes.
I can do ice cream. I just got to keep it to one side.
God. You're a wreck of a human being.
It's just a bad tooth, but it's a pain in the ass. It was a really weird experience overall, because when the top part of it broke out, like I literally woke up and spit out pieces of the tooth. And it hurt for like 2 or 3 days, and then it didn't bother me at all for like almost a solid year. And then the big time I noticed something was up was when we were in the Adirondacks and you had all those freezer pops, and I had one and I was like, oh boy, that was a lot of effort to eat that. So you and your mom were eating the shit out of them, and I was just like, oh man.
Oh, I'm gonna eat the fuck out of dope!
It's like I could do it, but it's like a lot of effort and careful maneuvering. It's like if it gets anywhere close to that tooth, like it's one of them things where it's like, oof. And then the other day was the Butterfinger. The Butterfinger was pretty intense. That hurt a lot. It's like, oh boy, I don't care. I'm finishing it.
Oh God! You know you're a fat fucker when.
I paid $1 for that Butterfinger. You damn well better believe I'm finishing it. kind of surprised they never had a future-themed Castlevania.
This is set in the future.
Is it?
This is 2035. So there.
Showed me.
Yeah. Hope you've learned your lesson.
No, not really.
Yeah, probably not. They were supposed to have one set in 1999, but that never came to be. That was supposed to be Igarashi's last fucking Castlevania game that he did before he left, too.
Because this time it's going to be Dracula and the Millennium Bug.
Well, no! 99 is when they finally killed Dracula.
In 1999?
Yeah, 99 is when Dracula dies.
But this one takes place in 2035.
Dracula's dead now. Soma is the... I thought you said you played these games.
Do you know how long it's been and how... Like, on top of that, this was when I played it on, like, Game Boy Advance. So I was probably, like, bullshitting with, like, 50 people while playing this.
Soma is the resurrection of Dracula. Dracula died in 99. Julius Belmont...
I don't even know if I beat this one.
Julius Belmont kills him in the events of 99. But it doesn't, like... It's not good. Whatever happens, like, it's supposedly crazy and epic and all this shit happens. And that's the events, and like, so this is 36 years later. There's a solar eclipse in Japan, and you're considered the resurrection of Dracula. But anyone who was born in 1999, when Dracula was killed, is possible to be heir to the throne of Dracula.
Cool.
Well, yeah, but you're not born then.
But hey, on a positive note, during the eclipse, somebody got to fly a plane into it and go to the
wrong one. Although this entire castle is inside of the eclipse.
Oh, so it can either wind up with cute magical waifus or here. What a bummer.
Yeah. So you're either in Dracula's horror castle, or you're the familiar of Zero. And I don't know which one is worse. She abuses the fuck out of him.
I know, but it's sexy.
Fair.
Who doesn't want to be stepped on by Louise and called a dog?
Me.
You have terrible taste.
No, I just enjoy my testicles.
But then you get to rage fuck her.
Yeah. And she does say, like, she wouldn't mind if he kept a...
Oh, you know she's doing it for the retaliation fuck.
Well, and she straight up tells him at one point that she doesn't even.
Louise is pretty depraved.
She straight up tells him at one point that she doesn't even care if he keeps fucking a piece on the side. She tells him that.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how the light novel would have ended.
He has to have had notes, right?
I don't know. From the sounds of it, that cancer thing really took him down a peg.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a pretty gruesome. It was not good.
I'm just like,
Like, he went into remission, tried to, like, do... I think he, like, managed to get, like, the start of like, another novel, and then it was like, oh, now I'm just gonna get smoked by this shit.
that's actually really sad. Wonder how far did the light novels go before he passed?
It goes a lot further than the anime does.
It does?
Oh, yeah.
So they've already taken out that thing?
I'm not 100% sure. Mostly because any familiar Zero threads quickly devolved into lewd pictures of Louise.
As they should.
One of my favorite lines from one of those threads was somebody was like, oh, I kind of like, I heard this anime isn't that good, but I kind of want to watch it because my dick demands to see more Louise. First reply was, listen to your dick.
Always listen to your dick. Listen to your dick. What's up, buddy? More Louise. Alright, buddy.
Funny because her voice actress went out of anime for the longest time after she blew up in popularity, but she's slowly been coming back. She's
She gave up because of...
she was getting like over typecasted.
Yeah, like basically just as Louise, though, right?
Her first tsundere loli character was actually Taiga in Toradora. Toradora is really fucking good. You should definitely watch that. And then she did Louise, which was like super popular, and then she's done like a bunch of other characters since then. But now she's she's in Punchline.
How is Punchline?
Punchline is it's really strange, but it's like it's getting really crazy. Like it's pretty good. I like it. Like I kind of actually started watching it under the premise that it was, well, there was the cute girls, and then when I found out she was a voice actress in it, and I was like, ooh.
The first episode's kind of meh.
It gets really, really fucking crazy. Like, it's like fucking. It's one of those shows where the more elaborate, like as the plot unfolds, like you have no idea what's going to happen next, kind of thing. Like now, it's all about like time travel and all kinds of crazy shit. It's gotten pretty intense.
If he sees panties, does the world still explode?
There's actually a whole story as to why that happens.
Oh, they explain it.
Yeah.
Because at one point the cat literally says, "Don't think about this too much."
And there's even reason behind that.
What? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, Punchline actually has a really crazy storyline.
It has a reason behind saying, "Don't think about shit too much."
For that timeline.
For that timeline?
Yeah, dude, Punchline gets crazy.
Alright, maybe I need to watch it then.
Yeah, Punchline's totally worth watching.
I don't know, when shit says, like, don't think about it too much, I'm just like, ugh. It's like the dumbest thing you can say.
Yeah, it's one of those shows that is really deceptive because a lot of people thought it was just going to be like some kind of goofy, ecchi show, but there's actually a lot to it.
I thought that's exactly what I thought it was.
No, try crazy, weird time travel, conspiracy, adventure sort of thing. I mean, I'm not going to tell you it's like the next Steins Gate or anything, but...
Oh, Dan Stark. Right now. Next Steins Gate.
No. It's a whole different...
When is that movie coming out? Or the more of it coming out?
What the hell is it? Chaos Child?
Chaos Child?
The next Psy ADV story is Chaos Child.
I thought it was going to be them fucking fighting CERN.
No, there is no fighting CERN.
What, does CERN just win?
They're still definitely a thing. I mean, you saw what was in robotics notes. I think the final thing to wrap up the whole story is going to be Chaos Child.
When does Chaos Child take place?
What do you mean, like timeline-wise, or when it's coming out? I think it's going to be a game, too.
They're all games first, aren't they?
Nope. Steins Gate was, Chaos Head and Steins Gate were games first. And then got anime adaptations. Robotics Notes, the game isn't even out yet. But there's going to be a visual novel for it. And then I'm not sure if Chaos Child's going to start, if they're going to do like Robotics Notes and do the anime first. I'm not sure how that's going to go. Unfortunately, when most of the news was about it, that was when A was kind of shitty.
Oh,
Now
man.
the bummer is it got good, but regular summer shittiness has started, so... And for whatever reason, like fucking... Oh, it's been pretty crappy too, because fucking LRD must have found his Adderall or something, because that fucker is on like 24/7.
LRD.
Lolies are dead. he can't even use the trip anymore because it's permabanned. Basically goes into random threads talking about how the entire industry is betrayed lolicons and all this other stuff. And he'll do this in threads about anime about lolis. He's been really shitting up Dan Machi threads. He goes in there to bitch about how Hestia is an opie loli and blah blah blah. And
How she
normally
isn't?
people fucking tell fucking LRD to fuck off, but now it's summer, so it's all the fucking new fags, so they gotta argue with the guy. Which is a fruitless and stupid thing to do. It's like the second he starts getting replies, the worse he gets. The guy shitposts everywhere, though. Like, he even shitposts that, like, Sankaku Complex and fucking Anime News Network, and the dude is everywhere 24/7.
Why?
Autism, man, it's a bitch. He's had the same gag for, like, fucking 6-7 years. And unfortunately, it still works, but there's always somebody that's dumb enough to take the bait.
Hey, I guess if that's what kills time.
Why can't he just do the adult thing like I do and just make mouth fedora threads?
You pissed off so many people.
I became a conspiracy theory. I didn't even do it. I did it for like a week solid, and then it stopped. Like, people picked up on the fact that I was baiting and stopped replying after a while. But there was some good laughs to be had. People still talk about it too.
Really?
There's still people that are ass mad about it. Like, they'll go off about, oh, that fucking big tobacco shill. And somebody will be like, fuck that, the fucking ass mad from Vape Fags was epic. And I'm like, nice. That's exactly why I did it. Because apparently e-cigarette fans are the most trollable people on the internet.
Yeah, you seem to do that really, really easily.
%100 accidental discovery. Wow, what can't that guy do? Holy fuck.
I know, right? He's sort of a little overpowered.
Giants were frickin' laser beams. Oh, this is on Wii U?
Yeah.
Huh, that's a pretty basic name right there.
What?
Vampire Killer. I need my vampire killing whip. What do they call it? Vampire Killer. Oh, alright.
That's what they've called that whip forever, though. That was like, a leftover remnant from the fucking 80s. You can't really blame them.
You know what? I bet Post knows nothing about this game.
Why?
He'd go crazy for it.
Really? Is he
Yeah, he loves Symphony of the Night.
Oh, Symphony...
He likes all this stuff. Like, the entire Game Boy Advance library would blow his mind. Because I remember he was actually playing Super Metroid last time I hung out.
You do understand that there's, like, a ton of these.
Yeah. He was in the fucking war when all this stuff was coming out, so...
There's three... There's three on the Game Boy Advance, and then there's, 4 on the Game Boy Advance, and then there's fucking 3 on the DS.
Yeah, when all this stuff was around, he was in Iraq, so... He's been kind of nonplussed with video games lately.
Alright, what the fuck did you want me to do, assholes?
It's probably something you gotta set up earlier in the room.
Yeah, probably. I don't really care that much, though.
Probably has something to do with that.
Shouldn't you be passing out?
Yeah, eventually. I slept in, like, really crazy. For, like, the past 2 days. I was hungover, so... I usually don't finish a 12-pack on my own, but...
Yeah, remember when we used to finish, like, 30 racks and that was just, like, drinking normal?
Yeah, do that and go to work the next day.
Yup.
Yeah, no, there's no more of that for me.
Dude, I can remember getting angry when friends would come over because they would have a couple beers if I had just bought a 30 rack. Because I'm like, oh great, now I'm not going to have enough to get drunk.
Great, now I only have 28 beers. Fuck.
Yup. They were like, oh, you mind if I have a beer? And I wanted to be like, yeah, kind of.
Yep. Yeah, definitely
dude,
been there.
I remember when Veronica and I were unemployed, and it
Drink
was
a
like...
30-pack, sleep for 4 fucking hours, and then go to work.
Yup. Yup! Dude, I remember when Veronica and I were both unemployed, and it was like, we would get paid on employment, and it was like, I would buy a 30 rack, and I would have enough beer for fucking, to like, I would buy a 30 rack when we would get paid, and I'd be like, alright, I'll just drink 15 beers tonight and tomorrow. It's enough to get a pretty decent buzz. And then, like, if someone came over, I'd be like, fuck! I can only get drunk one night now. Fuck!
Yep. Yeah, now I usually, like, drink, like, 7-8 beers and get pretty drunk, like... But yesterday I sucked down the whole 12-pack, like, no problem. That's how it's like, yeah, this was a pretty bad week, huh? Yeah, that was pretty... Well, I slept in quite a bit the first day, too. Yeah. Well, it's mostly because I slept really weird my first night off, because I fucking kept getting awakened by the neighbor down below, like, decided he's back to pretending to be a DJ again.
How's that working out for everyone?
I wasn't too thrilled about it.
What, he's not getting paying gigs?
I don't think he ever will. Shit, we were... He's already dug up some of the classic oldies that I've been listening to since he first moved in, so...
Oh, the,
Yeah, he's got, like, He's got, like, 2 or 3 songs that he works on, or whatever.
Works on.
He's been working on them for quite a while.
Yeah, because, you know, it doesn't bother you at all.
Well, I sort of have, like, this thing where it's like, well, you can go ahead and do that, but I don't want to hear any fucking complaining when I'm up in the middle of the night fucking...
Doing whatever it is.
Yeah. Which that came... Because there was one time, when he first moved in, he griped. I remember I was playing Love Love Alternative, actually. And the constant sound of, like, machine gun fire pissed him off.
Oh, poor pumpkin.
He was like, "You play video games?" And I was like, "Yup." He's like, "Oh, that's why there's all that gunfire coming from your apartment." And I was like, "Yup."
What did you fucking think it was, guns?
And then he's like, "Oh, well, you know, it was kind of late." And I was like, "Well, here's the deal. I work nights." I was like, "You keep me up all the time with your music, so let's just have it where I don't complain about you blasting your music, and you don't complain about me doing my thing, and we'll be on good terms." And he was like, "Okay."
Yeah, but he kind of seems like he got the better end.
He takes it to the next level. Like, I was kind of irked anyways, because, like, I definitely, like, don't have anything very loud in my apartment. In fact, the only times I think we even come close to getting loud is, like, if I have either you or Post over, and that's, like, and you know what that gets like, you know? It's just, you know, when people are drunk, they talk louder than normal, and...
Yeah.
So, like, a regular conversation is kind of loud, and... You know, we're playing games and, you know, not as mindful as volume because you're drunk and don't care. But that's gonna happen, you know. he's had like full on fucking meltdown. Like you were here for the fucking
Where's my weed?
my fucking weed at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
And even like both you were like, I don't think that's him because he's not that crazy.
It's definitely him. He had a similar meltdown a couple weeks ago, getting pissed off at the fucking neighbors down below.
Yay.
Now they're gone. And apparently I'm going to have like a indie game dev moving in below me.
Stark, it's not fun to joke about these things. If it is an indie game dev, God, imagine if it's Zoe Quinn.
No, I already know she wasn't fat enough.
Zoe Quinn lost a lot of weight.
No, she didn't. She gained a lot of weight.
Wait, is it back?
Have you seen any of the newer pictures of her?
No!
She's really fat.
That
Like when she did that thing, when she had the senator do that presentation and all that, there's pictures of her with the senator. She's gained a lot of weight.
that poor girl. She's always going to have weight problems.
Well, yeah, when you fucking don't have a job and you fucking sit at home collecting Patreon money and getting drunk every night, you're gonna get fucking fat.
That does sound pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, I know. One of these days I should just tell people I'm trans and start a Patreon. Start a Patreon for my lowly plasty.
Holy plastic.
Go up into one of those sex change places and be like, okay, I need to be a woman. We can do that for you. No, but I need to be a little girl. A little cartoon girl.
Oh, lowly plastic. We got that. Nice.
We'll have you saying Oni-chan in an adorable way and by the end of the week. Yay!
That you're already halfway there, sir. By the end of the week.
I super don't want to go to work tonight.
Do you ever want to go to work?
Not really. Sad because I don't even really do that much, but I just don't want to fucking be there. Mostly because of all the drama that comes in the morning. Oh yeah, one of the morning people is on vacation, so I'm at risk of not only going in early, but also getting stuck.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, like, they asked you to come in occasionally a little early and then neglected to tell you that, oh, by the way, that...
Well, the worst part is like they like it's obvious that like they put me on the schedule for that without even asking, and then asked me after the fact. And then when they did so, they didn't even tell me all the days that they wanted me to do it.
Are you surprised at all?
Sadly enough, no, but it's getting old. Like, that shit is fucking really annoying. Like, doing that kind of shit and then coming out with dumb crap like fucking Well, yeah, by the way, make sure you're there on the fucking 27th on time because me and the manager are going to this fucking strip club and blah blah blah.
I don't care. I don't want to
Yeah,
hear it.
yeah, like, okay, then how come you guys can't show up on time in the fucking morning so I can go home after being here 10, 12, 13 hours a day?
That's not our job. Actually, that's the description of your
That's
job.
exactly what you're here for. Yep, you even gotta show up to it.
You see, we're management. We went to college to not show up on time.
Actually, no, neither one of my managers have gone to college.
I thought that was like a requirement.
It is, but it isn't. Which is hilarious because the one that they screwed over, the assistant manager, was denied the management position because she didn't go to college. And they hired a manager that never went to college and has a felony record.
Oh, she does have a felony record.
Oh, yeah, she's totally got a felony.
Is this the one that brags about it?
Mm-hmm. At a staff meeting at that. Like, it's not even like a rumor. Like, she flat out fucking told everybody at a staff meeting.
I think a felony record's like one of the only things that you can actually straight up say, yeah, we're going to deny you this job for this.
Oh, yeah. You can't vote or own a gun. Like, you're stripped of constitutional rights. It's basically like, well, you kind of paid your debt to society, but we're still not going to quite give you everything back.
We don't really trust you yet?
You fucked up hard enough to where we're not really going to give you a full free pass yet. You really screwed the pooch on that one, kid. But the assistant manager, like, to be an assistant manager, all you have to do is fucking
Fill out the application.
There's like a course, and you get paid a $200 bonus for it. There's this online course, and from what I gather is it's like you can either sit through all the videos and watch all the bullshit, or you can just like go straight to the quiz and answer all the questions, because I guess it's pretty easy. And you get like a $200 bonus. Like, even if you don't like get a job that needs it, like, you get a bonus just for completing the course.
Yeah, but haven't you had people written up for taking it?
Mm-hmm. The assistant manager is one of the ones that took it and got in all kinds of trouble.
The current assistant manager.
Mm-hmm. And she does everything that the other managers did that she bitched about and was a victim of. She's gone and done every single thing, and then some.
Dude. Yeah. She's done some of the most horrendous things. What she did last week was pretty appalling that you told me. I don't even want to repeat it on the stream.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, shit got pretty bad. I know, like, and like, there's some people that haven't even taken that course. Like, you can get the job and then just take the course after the fact. Because they've actually asked me if I wanted it, but I already knew. It's like, get promoted, get set up for failure. Nope. Any promotion at my job is pretty much not a good thing.
Yeah, you get promoted and it's like, okay, well, you're going to be here for 2 years max now.
Yeah, it's like now you get to deal with middle management every day, breathing down your neck until they make you rage quit. And I don't take it because the duties are like
Duty.
they're the duties far exceed the pay. Like an assistant manager is like $12 an hour, and it's like you have to deal with all the fucking bullshit on earth. And if the manager quits or gets fired, you get to do their job too. And it's like, yeah, no. It's the same thing with like the health support specialist thing. The health support specialist is $13 an hour, and it's fucking, yep, you're pretty much an RN, but you don't have a license, and you get all the paperwork. You're going to do the job of somebody that should be making $20 an hour.
Minimum.
And it's like, nope. I'm gonna stay right on my shitty low-paying job where I fucking mop floors and watch anime.
Don't you have any desire to better yourself?
Not with this agency.
Fair enough.
And if I did, I'd leave to go to a higher paying place doing the same shit. Just for more money. The only problem is I'd have to work in Albany. And to be honest, I really don't want to have to drive to Albany every day.
Traffic is a bitch.
Yeah, traffic is a bitch. I really don't like the highways here. Like, they make me pretty nervous. Like, I try to avoid them at all costs.
You get more used to it than you would think.
Yeah, you do, but you could probably also get used to, like, getting stabbed in the neck eventually, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's great.
No.
So I'd rather just not. And I'd rather not move to Albany either.
There's this thing called commuting people do.
Yeah, I don't want the commute, but I don't want to move there either, so I'm just not gonna... I'll just stay with what I do. That's kind of neato.
I think I might have done this area out of sequence. I'm saying that because I'm killing everything in one hit.
Yeah, that would also explain why you had so much more difficulty with other shit. Ooh.
Oh, where the fuck am I going?
Where will you go? I can't wait to have my regular 3-day weekends back. I really miss those. They were fun.
You mean back when you only worked 30 hours a week or 40 hours?
40 hours a week, yeah. I miss that. It's fucking hilarious too, because people always bitch. They're like, "Oh, but you only work 5 days a week," and it's like, "Yup, I'm here 50 fucking hours though."
Yeah, it doesn't sound bad until you fucking do it.
I'm here 50 hours, and I still every morning have to ask myself, "Will I be able to leave on time?"
And like, aren't you going in like earlier and earlier and later every day? So you're actually there like way more than that?
Yeah, yeah. Like right off the bat tonight, I'm going to be doing 11 hours.
Yeah, that's before anything else.
Yeah, and that's before anything goes wrong. And right now, I'm already concerned because there are 2 people that relieve the overnight staff in the mornings that come in at 7, and one of them is on vacation. And very likely does not have anybody to cover their shift. But the only advantage I have is a bunch of the people that would otherwise be staying home and needing supervision have all, like, whatever the fuck was wrong with them is, like, said and done with, so they're all fucking off back to program this week. So first comes the worst, I may get stuck with somebody that, like, can't be left alone, but I can bring them to...
Something.
Yeah, like, I can make them go to wherever the other person is and have them hang out. But who knows, during the 2 days I've been gone, somebody else could, like, had something else go wrong.
Could or probably did.
It's kind of getting to probably did. Ronginus. That's an English translation. The ranch of Ronginus. As is, I was kind of dismayed to find out that somebody gets a fucking nebulizer now. You gotta set that, yeah, you gotta set that shit up, and it's stupid. Nebulizer is basically like, it's kind of like a vaporizer.
Yeah, I know what they are. My grandmother used one towards the end.
Yeah, there's somebody that uses it now, and like they don't even like basically leans over and drools all over the fucking thing and doesn't even use it right. I'm gonna wash the whole fucking thing out. It's a pain in the ass. When I went in the other day, fucking the other person was there, "Oh, well, I need to teach you this, and you need to do this," and it's like, I don't need to do shit. You're not teaching me anything. Like, I'll just read the fucking instructions. because it was like one of the the staff person that said she was going to teach me is also the same one that can't even cook instant mashed potatoes.
Oh, come on!
And it's like, yeah, I'm not taking lessons from you. I'll read the fucking instructions by myself, thank you.
She fucked up instant mashed potatoes.
She's one of those. She's a modern independent woman. She don't need to cook for no man or herself. And it's like, hey, you know what? Cooking is kind of a basic life skill. So you're just telling me you don't know how to take care of yourself. You're
just
literally
telling me you can't read.
Yeah, like it's like, oh, congratulations, you're a woman child.
Yep.
That doesn't make you independent. It actually shows you're lacking independence. Because you would die if it wasn't for takeout.
I do like takeout, though.
It was really hilarious when I picked on her for that too, because she was like, "Oh, it's really hard. You gotta like take a measuring cup and make sure like things match up on the line and stuff." And I'm like, "Oh my god!"
No, she did
I'm really
not.
hearing a human being say this.
She did not say that.
Yep, she sure did.
You make shit up to make people sound terrible.
Nope, that's a thing that happened. That was an actual thing.
You have to take a measuring cup and make sure things line up. Okay,
make
first,
sure you have to make sure you have to see if the line. You have to make sure things match up to the lines and stuff.
Okay, first off, only occasionally.
I think you have to measure what the milk, the margarine or butter, and the water that you use.
Second off, that's like the worst fucking example she could have possibly come up with. Is because like a measuring cup is the easiest.
Now keep in mind, this is somebody that somehow got certified by the state to hand over medications.
Isn't that all medications are?
Is reading instructions.
And making sure that the line matches up?
Oh, for the liquid ones. Fortunately, we only got one or two of those, so...
That was anticlimactic.
Oh, you ruined it. Oh, yeah, that was. Disappointing sled ride. Yeah, oh.
Yeah, right? This is gonna be... Oh! No, it wasn't.
It wasn't even jackass funny.
No, it was just kind of sad.
It even broke at the end. Yeah, I'm totally gonna bomb this. Oh.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, hey. It's like, how the fuck did the dog get out of the kitchen? Veronica's home.
Monsters. The answer was monsters.
Oh, was it?
All right. Well, I do have to go to
I was
bed.
gonna say, like, how are you awake is a miracle of itself.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. So,
And that
all right.
fucking PM shit must be kicking the fuck in.
Actually, it's hardly working now, probably because it basically has Benadryl in it. And I've taken so much of it recently that.
Alright, man, we'll have a good night.
Yeah.
Try not to inhale too much Mucinex either. Can't be losing you.
Metamucil.
That one too. Alright. Have a good one, everyone.